Phil Anderson. I'm chair of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. I want to welcome everyone to our 255th meeting that we'll be conducting here over the next 6 days. Obviously we're doing this via webinar, so we will do our very best to have a organized approach to our meeting the way under those designated opportunities. But before I provide you with my opening remarks, I first wanted to turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy and just make sure that we have all of the council members have been able to join the call. So Chuck, could you help with reviewing the people that are on to ensure that we have all of our council members present?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just run down here. Let's see, do we have, yeah, we got Scott here. I believe we are good. Let me see, we have Krista and yes, Mr. Chairman, we have.
That's great. And of course, we'll be calling the roll here in a few minutes. So just
Yep.
with these virtual meetings, it's found to be a good idea to just make sure we got everybody before we start. So again, welcome everyone to our 255th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. The meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with their comments on any agenda item taken up by the council. In planning to testify, it's important for anyone wishing to testify to understand when the council will take public comment on a particular agenda item, and that the timing of that cannot always be accurately forecasted in advance. So in particular, you should be aware that agenda items currently scheduled for the end of the day might be taken up the next day. We'll do our best to stay on schedule and take the agenda items up when they appear on your agenda, but just wanted to give folks a heads up that sometimes we're forced to move things to the next day. Also want to note that the chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make a public comment. So please only use that if you have a technical question. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment card that's available on the June council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on a particular item, we will not take any additional names to testify on that item. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the time period that's allowed for the person that is providing testimony. Generally, the Vice Chair, Mark Relnick, and myself will limit individuals to 5 minutes for their testimony for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. There are rare occasions when we're pressed for time and we have to restrict the time allowed for testimony to less than that, but that rarely occurs, but just want you to be aware that that might happen. I'm not anticipating it though. You'll have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment, so keep an eye on that and please keep your your testimony within the time frame allotted. If you wish to use an electronic presentation equipment, you'll need to submit your presentations prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item is on our agenda. Documents need to be submitted to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Krause. You can contact Chris or the Secretariat if you have questions. Anyone wishing to include written elector comments in support of your verbal testimony, again, please provide those in the electronic format to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Krause prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item, and your comments will be made as part of the official record of this meeting via our electronic portal. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available from the council website. You may also purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind my colleagues on the council and others that will be presenting to the council to speak clearly and directly into whatever type of microphone you may be using so that we can hear your comments. Lastly, I would ask all council members and members of the audience to turn off your sound ringers so that if you are providing testimony, your phone doesn't ring while you're providing that. And under these virtual meetings, it's also really important, I find, to mute your connection while the council meeting's in session and when you are not intending to speak. If you don't do that, sometimes we hear things that you'd rather not us hear. Also, we have the raised hand feature, so if you want to, just as a reminder to my colleagues, once you raise your hand and you've been called on to speak, if you could make sure you lower your hand after you make your comment, that's helpful to me, so that I can ensure that I'm providing everyone an opportunity to speak. So now I'm going to turn to our Executive Director again, Chuck Tracy, and ask Mr. Tracy to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will call the roll, then I'll have a short announcement. Council members, if you're present, please acknowledge Mr. Corey Niles.
Present.
Mr. Phil Anderson.
Here.
Ms. Danny Evanson.
Present.
Mr. Kyle Hansen.
Here.
Mr. Bob Dooley. Bob, I see you there. Can you acknowledge, please?
Sorry, here.
Thank you. It's okay. This is a practice. Mr. Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Dr. David Hansen. Dave is absent today. Mr. Pete Hassemer. Pete, we're not hearing you. And you appear to be unmuted, so maybe you're muted on your end, Pete. Oh, where'd Pete go? We have possibly lost Pete. Okay. Pete, are you able to confirm your presence? We're not hearing you. We're seeing you, but not hearing you. I'm going to continue with the roll call. I'll come back around to Pete. David Hogan. David, I see you, but I don't hear you. I've unmuted you. Are you there, David? Okay, well, we'll try David again too later. Dr. Karen Braby.
Present, and there is a chat from Pete Hassemer that he's unmuted.
Okay. Rich Lincoln.
Here.
Lieutenant Commander Scott McGrew.
Here.
Virgil Moore.
Present.
Joe Oatman.
Present.
Thank you. Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Ryan Wolf.
I'm here.
Ms. Mercy Yaremko.
Here.
And Mr. Louis Zim.
Here.
Mr. Pete Hassemer. Pete, we are still not hearing you. We can see that you are logged on. You're unmuting yourself, but we still do not hear you. How about David Hogan? Again, we see you, but we're not hearing you. Well, Pete, I'm gonna mark you here and assume that we can get you communicado. And David, I am guessing you are away from your screen right now. We're doing multitasking and waiting for HMS business to occur. So I do want to make a little announcement. So at our last meeting, well, maybe I'll let's stop there and just wait for my executive director's report. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thanks very much, Chuck. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and move right to your executive director's report. So you're back on.
All right, thank you. So the first announcement is, at the last council meeting, I think Krista had some chainsaws in the background, and we thought that was pretty extreme. Well, our water main is leaking here at the office. There's a couple gentlemen outside our window here, where Mike and I and Sandra and Patricia are hosting the meeting, and they've got a concrete saw and a jackhammer, and they're planning on. We had attempted to get them to defer till tomorrow, but that seems less likely than it did 10 minutes ago. So that we may have some issues here that the office we may have to deal with in terms. I don't know if we'll have to potentially move our setup or endure some difficult hearing circumstances, but that's what we're going to be dealing with today. Oh, and they're going to shut the water off on us too. So, and we didn't know any of this, even though we reported the problem earlier in the week. So that's how things are going for us. All right. So back to my report. Just as a reminder, I think you heard, but the June council meeting website, on the council website has all the meeting information and logistics and help you will need. We do have a new feature. It's a YouTube stream that is just going to stream the audio and visual portion of the council meeting live, so you don't even have to log in if you don't want to. there will also be a link there to our YouTube channel where you can acquire recordings of previous days YouTube recordings, so that you can go back and access those or parts of the meeting if you so desire. So that's a new feature that hopefully people will find useful. So I will go over the informational reports. I've got a number of attachments related to the CCC meeting and reports on that. And I'm going to mention some business about future meeting and workload planning. We don't have, this will be a little longer report than normal. There's not an opportunity for public comment under this agenda item, but there is under the next item, B1. So if there's anything in here that you are compelled to comment on, please sign up under B1 on the public comment jot form that you can find again on that June website, June meeting webpage. Anything that requires some sort of council reaction or assignment that I mentioned here will probably come up under workload planning later in the week. So letters or assignments that come out. So starting with the CCC business, the CCC met in May 27th and 28th via webinar. There's a number of attachments there. There's a summary of the outcomes in supplemental attachment 2. So you can get a quick overview. I did want to highlight a couple things. The President's executive order on improving the seafood industry, and a letter from Chris Oliver soliciting the council's compliance with that executive order are in there. So this requires the council to come up with a list of tasks and implementation plans on how to improve the seafood industry and increase efficiency. Those comments are due November 2nd. So I expect that under workload planning, there will need to be an assignment as to how to develop that list. Section 4 of the executive order relates to Magnuson-Stevens Act related actions. So that, I guess my first impression of that section of the executive order was that that's largely what the council does anyway. We find ways to, to enhance the fisheries and make them more efficient and profitable, and improve the flow of seafood into domestic markets and foreign markets. So I think that seems fairly straightforward. However, at the CCC meeting, we also heard some consideration of going beyond just that Section 4 requirement and providing other input to the administration on other policies or statutes that might warrant consideration for changes to help with the objectives of the executive order. And in fact, we've already seen, a proposal to restore fishery management authority under MSA to the national marine monuments, particularly out of Hawaii. So that was a proposal, and you've actually seen some action in New England in regards to that. So those sorts of things could perhaps be worth considering as well. In addition, there's a couple of sections in the executive order relating to aquaculture and citing requirements that involve some consultation with the council. So I think the council should, over the course of the week, take a look at that, particularly sections 4, 6, and 7. the executive order and be prepared to provide some guidance on how to accomplish that objective, with the expectation that something would come back to the council for approval in September so that we could make the November 2nd deadline. Another item that came up at the CCC meeting was the procedural directive on changing stock status from known to unknown. That's in supplemental attachment 4. This was a bit of a surprise, I guess you would say, at the CCC meeting. I don't think we weren't. I don't believe any of the regional councils were aware of the development of this procedural directive. When we got word of it, we requested that we be allowed an opportunity to comment on it, which again, we're not in the original plans, but NIF's headquarters, Chris Oliver, agreed to provide that opportunity. So those comments are now due July 1st. So there's, it wasn't time to put this on our council agenda and go through the regular process, but I have asked the SSC to take a look at that and to provide a report to the council so that we can approve or come up with a process to finalize comments and submit those by the July 1st deadline. Let's see. There's also some updates on some National Standard 1 guideline work groups that are being conducted to update the guidelines. One of them is carryover and phase-in issues. There was a report generated last year, which the council provided comments on. That report is in final clearance and will be published shortly, presumably this month or early next month. There's another work group working on FMSY and BMSY and their proxies, with expectation that there'll be a draft for the work group itself to review, and that the council will get a chance to review that draft subsequent to that. So I would guess that would probably occur sometime over the winter or next spring. And then there's another work group that's working on data gaps and alternative management issues. That one's on a little slower time track. So the work group draft is still in process, but the council will at some point get an opportunity to review that probably later in the year, next year. On workload planning, I just wanted to touch on that. Between the April and this meeting, we've had a number of agenda items postponed that were deemed not essential. We trimmed our agenda down to mostly essential items, but there's still, I felt there's a need to try and come up with a plan to how to address some of those important, non-essential but important items that we had postponed. So I just would like to sort of continue that discussion over the when we get to workload planning at the end of the week. So over the course of the week, if councils could think about that, how we might approach that, I would encourage that. There's been some proposals, including having another council meeting, another webinar-based council meeting to pick up some of these. We also need to think about the September council meeting itself and whether it's, maybe build in some contingencies for whether it's going to be in a webinar format or in person. And if it is going to be a webinar, we change this meeting's format to not meet on the weekends. So I think we have, we might be able to expand the September agenda, potentially to pick up more than just non-essential items, perhaps add some more time to it. If we do meet in person, we may want to consider a 6 full-day meeting instead of 5.5, again, to see if we can make up for some of this, just some of these items that we're kind of getting behind on. And largely so that we can take advantage of some our time here in our sort of off year for groundfish management, since we'll be completing the specs at this meeting, specs and management measures this meeting. This is typically when we take on new management measures or other projects where staff is not so taken up with the specs process. So again, just looking for some feedback during workload planning if council members have thoughts or ideas or priorities on how to do that. Just maybe a couple other updates. We have started a contract to look at the research and data needs database, contract with Pacific States. That process is moving forward. We had hope to get the council's an opportunity to weigh in on it, but I'm sure they'll get that chance at some point. But I just wanted to let you know that we are moving ahead with that, working with the SSC and Pacific States to develop that. And then another item is our regional operating agreement and our COPs and SOPPs. We're looking to update those, at least getting a start on it by the end of the year. So just so you know that those are coming. We've been working with National Marine Fisheries Service and NOAA GC, OLE on the regional operating agreement, just kind of laying out some ideas and some process steps. And then there's also a number of COP and SOPP updates that I'd like to get in front of the council so they can discuss them and approve as appropriate. And so I'd like to try and get that in front of the council by the end of the year. We do have a number of informational reports, a large number, actually. We've got 18 of them so far. So I'm just going to run down that list just so people are aware of what's there. You can read these at your leisure. If you want to comment on them, again, we have an opportunity under open comment, the next agenda item. Or there may be other appropriate places. There's a few National Marine Fisheries Service reports that you may want to talk about under their NMFS report, which is 2 agenda items away. So there's the first couple relate to the SAMTAC, the sablefish management process that we're going through. There's a report from the group and then a revised analysis of some alternatives there. In report 2, information report 3 is the NMFS West Coast Enforcement Report for fiscal year 2019. Information report 4 is the GAP scoping document. They were given an assignment back in November to bring forward scoping comments and issues for some of the new management measures, the priority new management measures. This was mothership utilization, non-trawl RCA changes, Amendment 21 allocations, and the Emily Platt EFP into regulation. So they actually did address all 4 of those in the report. So that was designed to sort of give the council some perspective on how they might prioritize those issues moving forward. There's information report 5 is a letter on the observer waiver coverage from some congressional delegates. Information report 6 is a report on CARES Act funding. Information report 7 is Executive Order 13-921. And again, that is it's the executive order I was just referring to on promoting American seafood competitiveness and economic growth. Informational report 8 is the results of the Saltonstall Kennedy funding for this year. Report 9 is a report on 2019 whale entanglement report. Information report 10 is the 2020 list of fisheries. Report 11 is the final preliminary report on longline exempted fishing permits. Report 12 is summary report for the deep set buoy gear EFPs. Supplemental information report 13 is a staff summary of federal legislation that we, since the legislative committee isn't meeting, there's not a lot going on, but we still get reports. And so we thought we'd provide that for you all to look at. Report 14 is the 19 and 20 trawl catch share cost recovery report. Report 15 is the NMFS observer waivers letter. 16 is the Saltonstall Kennedy grant proposal for this upcoming year. So this is no request for proposals. 15 is the 17 is an observer update, and 18 is a WDFW press release on soliciting input on their CARES Act spend plan development, I believe. So I will pause there. Mr. Chairman, I guess that concludes my executive director's report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Chuck. Lots of informational reports there for us to review. Are there any questions of Chuck regarding the executive director's report? Okay, I don't see any. So then that'll take us to our consideration of approval of our agenda for this meeting. And before I look for a motion, let me ask Chuck if there are any additions, modifications to the draft agenda that was provided to us in the briefing book.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one to bring up, and that is under C4, the membership and appointments. There's under the action listed there, we accidentally omitted the election of the chair and vice chair. So that we'll need to add that to the action to occur under that agenda item. Other than that, I'm not aware of any other proposed changes to the agenda.
Okay, thanks very much. Given that, let me look for a motion to approve our agenda and call on Mark Relnick.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I would move that we approve the published agenda with the addition under agenda item C4 of the election of a chair and vice chair.
Thank you very much, Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Dooley. So we have a motion to approve our agenda as amended with the addition of the action under the election of the chair and vice chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
So, and those opposed, no. And are there any abstentions? Very good. Motion carries unanimously. We have an agenda for our meeting. Before I go on to open public comment, which will be our next agenda item, let me just check back with Chuck and make sure I haven't overlooked anything under the call to order items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe you have. I think we are ready to proceed with B1 comments on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll go ahead and move to be agenda item B, our open public comment. This is on comment provides an opportunity for comments on non-agenda items. First, I'm going to ask if we have any comments from on non-agenda items from management entities. Corey Niles.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just briefly, thanks, Chuck, and thanks to your staff for getting our the press release you just noted, information report number 18. I think you said. I just wanted to call attention to that. It's pertaining to the spending plan my agency is working on with other members of the state family on the $50 million of fishery participant relief assistance. And the press release is, we're just trying to get the word out to folks that we're having some public meetings, one next Thursday for the charter boat missions, and then one next Friday. Hopefully we will be done with our business here early that day, and we're having a meeting that afternoon, and then one the following Monday. So we're just trying to get the word out. This is happening on a fast timeline, and hope that folks will get the news and be able to participate. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Corey. Any other comments from management entities under the open comment agenda item? Okay, then let me go to the public comment part of this. And I believe I'm going to turn it over to Chuck to call on individuals who have signed up to testify.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have an HMSAS report before we get to public comment.
Thank you very much for that reminder. Apologize for my oversight on that. So we do have an highly migratory species advisory subpanel report, and I'll need some help with who is going to provide that to us.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Chair. It's Mike Conroy. I will be reading our statement, and if you can hear me.
Go ahead, Mike. You have a fair amount of background noise, but we'll do our best to hear what you.
Sorry, I think that was my fan. This is the HMSAS report for open public comment, commercial licensing in the West Coast albacore fishery. Albacore harvesters on the West Coast have observed a significant increase in the number of small commercial vessels under 30 feet fishing for albacore in the last 5 years. With the advent of small commercial vessels with 200 horsepower plus outboards, the previously inaccessible areas of albacore off the West Coast are now accessible on a daily basis, sometimes within a couple of hours. Off Washington, some of the council members may remember the situation in the 60s and 70s when many in the recreational salmon fishery purchased commercial licenses, and the number of salmon licenses just off the Oregon coast increased to over 4,000 vessels harvesting salmon. The increase in commercial salmon vessels overcapitalized the fishery and led to limited entry for that fishery. Internationally, resolutions are becoming more specific in the national allocation of the number of vessels or days at sea that nations are allocated. A large increase in vessel numbers, regardless of catch amounts, will be used by other countries against U.S. objectives, citing the 2004 Albacore effort cap resolutions in the IATTC and WCPFC that the U.S. supported. The first step in identifying the magnitude of the problem, of the potential problem, is to quantify the increase in the last 5 years of the number of commercial licenses issued to small under 30-foot vessels and the number making albacore landings. There's been some preliminary work done on this issue by some members of the HMS-MT. The HMS-AS requests the council endorse completion of the work and report to the council when the work is completed. We would like to note that there are similar issues in Southern California with regards to swordfish and Pacific bluefin. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike, for that report. Are there any questions of Mike regarding the HMS report? Thanks, Mike. Chuck, then let me go ahead and turn it back to you to call on any members of the public that have signed up to testify under this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you give me just one moment to share my screen, we will get started. Looks like the first person up, though, will be Dave Stevens. One more minute here. And screen. Okay, Dave Stevens. So if all the people on the list there that you can see on your screen now would please raise your hands, and then Patricia will unmute you when it's your turn. So I think we're ready to go with Dave Stevens.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Dave Stevens, I believe you are unmuted and we are ready to take your testimony.
Yes. Good morning, Director Tracy and Chairman Anderson and members of the council. I'd like to take this time to thank you for listening to my comments regarding the deep-set buoy gear fishery. I would like to primarily focus on the letter new proposed SF swordfish regulations version 2 in one of the articles I sent. In this letter, I outlined some of the existing problems of the buoy gear fishermen are encountering and the impacts on both the fishing grounds and markets for the fishery. I also offer some suggestions to changes to regulations. Over the past 2 seasons, there have been an increase of awareness and participation by recreational fishermen into this fishery. Last year especially, just after one particular commercial fisherman shared techniques and methods with the recreational community, a huge explosion of participation was set off by recreational fishermen. Consequently, this had a negative impact on the commercial fleet. By the end of the season, throughout the Southern California Bight, recreational fishermen outnumbered commercial fishermen approximately 10-1. The number would surely double this upcoming season due to successful catches and the amount of swordfish that they can harvest each day. Recreational fishermen have adapted the deep set buoy gear vertical line method by running multiple lines horizontally across a surface connected to surface buoys and a strike indicator that drops down vertically to 200-300 meter depths. The problem with this method is the horizontal footprint of multiple lines extends at times up to a half mile across the surface behind their boats. This creates enormous potential for entanglement with other fishermen, vessels transiting through the fishing grounds, and most importantly, endangered sea life. The recreational fishermen have a far greater chance of entanglement at any interactions, and any interactions will never be reported. In order to fish deep set buoy gear, commercial fishermen are required to adhere to strict regulations, carry federal observers, possess proper permits, and attend a class that teaches techniques for safe release of unwanted marine species. Currently, there are practically no regulations for the recreational fishermen, except that they can harvest up to 2 swordfish per person each day, and they are not supposed to use harpoons to assist in landing their fish. It is suspect that they are indeed using harpoons on their vessels to both assist in landing hooked swordfish and target free-swimming finning swordfish illegally. One of the most important problems arising from the current recreational regulations is the amount they can harvest. 2 fish per person can realistically equate to 4 to 10 fish per boat per day, depending upon the passenger crew size. Calculating the math indicates the harvest levels could surpass the commercial fleet and go unreported like the bluefin fishery. And because they're allowed to harvest this quantity per day, recreational fishermen find themselves with a surplus of fish and finding ways to sell their catches illegally like the bluefin fishery as well. By not changing the current recreational regulations and allowing this undocumented harvest to continue, the California commercial swordfish and bluefin fishery will become unsustainable and be turned over to the recreational fishery, which is not an essential fishery or industry. I also want to note that the individual annual reports submitted by the current EFP DSB fishermen all acknowledge the same problem. Ironically, the majority of the fishermen did not communicate with each other prior to drafting the reports. This is why I encourage you to please read the 3 documents I have sent along with each of the annual reports from the EFP DSB fishermen in order to gain more information on current issues and thus help with the decision-making process for this fishery. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dave. Questions for Dave? Louis Zim has a question for you, Dave. Go ahead, Louis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dave, for the effort that you've put into informing us on this. The council may remember in times past, I had a lot of second thoughts and worries about compaction. And so, Dave, I want to ask you, were you involved with the fishery off San Diego? And if so, did you see any problems with the Navy ships coming out and not being able to identify where to move or not being able to see those horizontal lines? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zim. Yes, I was participating off of San Diego on a regular basis in the fishery, and the Navy ships usually primarily did not have a problem with the commercial fleet because our gear is so streamlined and vertical. Many times they did pass through our gear or around it. They seem to have more of a problem with the recreational fleet, like I mentioned before, with the horizontal line extending, multiple horizontal lines extending across the surface. I've seen them detour or make turns around other vessels primarily.
Thank you very much, Dave. That's all I have, and thank you for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions for Dave? Thanks very much, Dave. Tom Schiff. Tom, you'll be next, and we'll get you unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members, and hardworking staff. It's sunny here in San Diego. The Rose Garden's great, but I can't distribute those. In any event, this week is also noteworthy in that our sport fleet is finally they're finally being permitted to go out and fish. Reports so far on the private end are big bluefin are still out there getting landed, but with much more coverage on the water, expect some of those big schools of bluefin will yield a little more. One other note, I would say, along the lines of what Mr. Stevens was talking about, is there literally has been an explosion in swordfish interest here, specifically because the new several $1,000 electric reels are being used to. I'm not that familiar with everything going out on the water, but I can just tell you there are a lot of people buying expensive equipment with expectations of catching the hardest fighting billfish of all, the swordfish. And so I first mentioned this in Boise, I think over a year ago, that this could be forthcoming. And well, I think it merits some review. I would also note that I received an email from a friend of mine who's following pretty much everything on the IATTC and everything else, and regarding bluefin.
Go ahead and leave that door open. I'm getting warm.
Okay.
Sorry, Tom. Louis, Louis, you need to mute your mic, please. Go ahead, Tom.
Yes, sir. Anyhow, on the IATTC draft SAC 11 IWFH stock assessment for Pacific bluefin tuna, page 15, table 5, there was reflects something with regard to a cap or a limit for recreational bluefin fishing, which today is 2 bluefin. It used to be 5. Most fishermen, I think, are not disappointed with 2, especially because they've gotten so big. But in any event, I think that would be a precedent as far as establishing some type of cap, whatever one wants to call it, limit based on tonnage versus 2 allowable bluefin per fisherman. So I'm just putting that up as a note. No idea what will shake out, but that was apparently in at least a draft or something submitted. I thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Tom. Any questions for Tom? Thanks, Tom. Lori Steele. Lori Steele.
Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Great.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. We represent shoreside seafood processing facilities and other support businesses throughout Washington, Oregon, and California. Today, I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight and bring everybody's attention to a letter that I submitted earlier this week along with the California Fisheries and Seafood Institute to CDFW regarding CDFW's proposed spend plan for their $18 million in CARES Act relief funds that are intended to be distributed to fishery-related businesses. I've submitted the letter, and I'd like to go ahead and read part of that letter now, so that the council and everyone else is aware. This letter went to Director Bonham. Dear Director Bonham, we are writing to express extreme concern about the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's proposed spend plan for the $18,350,586 in relief funds provided by Section 12005 of the CARES Act. The CDFW spend plan, as we currently understand it, fails to take into account either the size of a fishery-related business or the magnitude of the economic impacts related to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is entirely unacceptable, and we believe it to be contrary to congressional intent with the respect to the distribution of the CARES Act relief funds to fishery-related businesses. Based on recent communications with CDFW staff, it is our understanding that CDFW is drafting an overly simplistic spend plan to distribute the CARES Act relief funds. First, their spend plan will reimburse qualified entities, which are individuals and businesses with losses in revenue greater than 35%, for their state permit and license fees paid in 2019, which will range from $150 to $2,100. Second, CDFW proposes to distribute the remainder of the relief funds equally among the qualified entities, estimated to provide an additional $1,500 to $2,000 per entity. The total amount of relief funds dispersed to each entity under this approach is therefore estimated to range from $1,650 to $4,100, depending on the type of permit or license purchased from CDFW in 2019. I will note that I recognize there are a couple of fishing permits that cost a little bit more than $2,100. The ranges we provided in this letter are reflective of the fees that are paid by our member companies. So for my member companies, for the shoreside processors and support businesses in California, we are estimating a relief of $1,650 to $4,100. The outcome of this approach is that every fishery-related business in California struggling to survive under economic losses from the COVID-19 pandemic, including seafood processing plants and other major employers, would receive the same amount of economic relief as an individual who purchased a commercial fishing license in 2019. The only difference being what type of license fee was paid to the state. It is incomprehensible that CDFW would propose a spend plan that does not consider the degree of economic impacts to fishery-related businesses that were and still are crippled by the COVID-19 pandemic. Section 12005 of the CARES Act directs the Secretary of Commerce to disperse these funds to fishery-related businesses that have experienced an economic revenue loss greater than 35% during the pandemic. While the available relief funds could never fully compensate for the losses that have been experienced, it is clear that these funds were intended by Congress to be distributed in a manner that reflects the degree of economic harm and in a manner that will provide some measurable relief to the fishery-related businesses that are enduring major economic hardship. CDFW's proposed approach will not provide measurable relief to any of these businesses. Moreover, the language in Section 12005 reflects that Congress understands that this pandemic has resulted in an economic disaster for fishery-related businesses, particularly those that play an essential role in the seafood supply chain. It is only fair that the funds would be distributed in a way that reflects the nature of this economic disaster. We urge CDFW to reconsider the proposed spend plan for California and revise it to disperse the relief funds using an approach that accounts for the magnitude of the economic impacts from the pandemic on individual business operations. Now, the letter goes on a little bit to discuss alternative approaches and support the approach that Oregon is adopting for their spend plan. I'm not going to read that part of it right now because that's not really the point that I wanted to convey today. I just want to take the opportunity to let the council and to let everybody understand what CDFW is proposing. There is no public process for this in the state of California. When I spoke to CDFW staff 1 week ago on June 5th, they indicated to me that this is what the plan was going to be. And they said it's essentially a done deal. With no public input whatsoever. We find this to be totally outrageous and unacceptable. I want to reiterate that every single company in my association has been crippled by the coronavirus pandemic. We are facing and we continue to face every possible kind of challenge during this pandemic. We have incurred major economic losses. And in some cases, we are barely hanging on. We are doing everything we can to survive and keep fisheries on the West Coast operating. For some of these businesses, the losses, which are in the tens, hundreds of thousands, in some cases, millions of dollars, California's proposal is simply adding insult to injury. It doesn't even come close to passing the red face test on fairness, and it is a slap in the face to every business in the state of California that has been impacted by this pandemic. I want everyone to understand what's going on with California, and I am asking every affected business in the state to contact CDFW now and to contact NOAA Fisheries and Chris Oliver to express your opposition to CDFW's spend plan. I am happy to help you do this, and I'm happy to provide more information to anybody who needs it. Mr. Chairman, I believe you and Mr. Tracy have the letter that I've submitted to CDFW. Feel free to post it if it isn't already posted under the public comments. And feel free to contact me. I encourage anybody to contact me at any time. I'm making a call now to all businesses in the state of California to please express your opposition to both CDFW and NMFS because this proposal is truly outrageous. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Questions for Laurie? Marcy Garemko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question, but just a bit of follow-up and clarification. I too welcome folks to contact me about details of CDFW's proposed spend plan for the CARES Act relief. I'd also just like to note that this is a state process. Corey Niles earlier mentioned the scoping that Washington State is undertaking here over the next week or so. CDFW has been holding discussions individually with representatives from various groups that are affected by COVID disaster and are potentially eligible for relief for a share of the $18 million that was awarded to California businesses under the CARES Act. Just with regard to a few notes that I took regarding Lori's testimony. First, yes, I recognize Lori is working through the California businesses that she represents on the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. But this is a California state issue. So just noting that she has been in touch with CDFW leadership and the folks that she represents has as well. We have had discussions with Lori specifically. I've seen a number of, a lot of dialogue between parties. We are listening. In regard to it being an overly simplistic approach that California is proposing, just a few quick points. We are trying to be responsive to the industry's overwhelming interest in getting money out the door quickly. That is clearly a goal of National Marine Fisheries Service as well, that we want to make sure folks get this money in a quick way so that it aids them in their recovery. We also note that NMFS is giving great latitude to the states in developing their spend plans. And of primary interest to California is the fact that we have thousands of small businesses that are eligible for the opportunity to apply for relief for this source of funding. We have in-river guides that target anadromous fisheries. We have aquaculture industries. We have commercial fish businesses. We have small volume commercial fishermen that target a variety of species. So the number of businesses that we need to consider under our spend plan, numbers in the thousands. And so it is definitely, a lot of discussion about how we distribute funding equitably, but we are really, focused on attempting to do, to offer some opportunity to everyone involved in commercial fishing activities, as well as recreational commercial passenger fishing vessels. So this is a big topic of discussion in our state. I appreciate the input from Lori, but would offer that if anybody is interested in information on the development of California's spend plan, that they contact CDFW.
Thank you, Marcy. Karen Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I feel like I would like to just offer for the Oregon approach, since Washington and California have described briefly their own approaches in distributing these funds. I want to highlight that Maggie Summer and Chris Kern are both helping lead the discussion between the department and the fishing community on how to distribute those funds. And I urge you to contact one of them if you have comments or questions and want to be involved, and would just agree that the timeline is quite short and we're doing our best to move that conversation forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen. Any other questions or comments for Lori or in her testimony? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Lori. Next up is Jacob Isaac Lowry. And Karen, when you get a chance, put your hand down. And Jacob, the microphone is yours.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council. Thank you for the time today. I just wanted to briefly follow up on a comment we submitted at the March meeting regarding our intent to apply for NIFWIF electronic monitoring grant funding as an industry-led step to increase transparency in the DGN fishery. and just wanted to update the council quickly today, just that we are on track to get that application submitted. So just a quick follow-up note that that's moving forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Jacob? Thanks for bringing that information forward, Jacob. And next up will be Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, my name is Heather Mann and I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Before I provide the comments I wanted to provide, I just wanted to mention for folks that weren't aware, on the NOAA page about the CARES Act, there's a Q&A section, but if you keep going down the page, you'll get to a table that shows how the revenue was accumulated and then distributed out to the states. And in the state of California, more than 50% of that 18 million was generated by seafood processors. So I think in each of the states, we should look at how that revenue was actually identified up front and where it came from, and think about distributing it back to the people that actually got the revenue going to the state. So if people hadn't seen that table, it was just put up a few weeks ago. I think it's really interesting to look at, and they do that for all the states. So I'm here actually to talk about observers. I'm before you again to ask that you recommend to NMFS that they waive the observer coverage due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I know that you did this in April, which we greatly appreciate, but the agency chose not to follow that unanimous recommendation, or nearly unanimous. NMFS was the only one that didn't vote in support of the motion. I know there was a 2-week waiver that was granted, but then that ended and we're back to carrying humans. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to evolve, waiving requirements is well justified. And the industry, and I will say a lot of our congressional representatives, are baffled about the agency's approach to this issue, especially considering the number of COVID-19 cases in the seafood industry is rising sharply. Requiring human observers during the pandemic conflicts with National Standard 10 of the Magnuson Act, as well as President Trump's May 7th EO. Further, the agency, in my opinion, has taken an arbitrary approach to granting or denying waivers, and none of those decisions appear to be based or informed by actual medical experts. Much of the information observers are compiling can be temporarily collected by less risky means, including EM, logbooks, and shoreside sampling, without jeopardizing fisheries conservation. The agency's decision to cancel multiple at-sea surveys, which are critical to stock assessments and management, in order to protect the health of NMFS employees, shines a bright light on the hypocrisy of how the importance of the industry and observers' health compares to the health of NMFS employees. Providing temporary blanket observer waivers will protect the health of industry members as well as observers, and it meets the intent of National Standard 10, which requires that the measures promote the safety of human life at sea. NMFS guidelines for National Standard 10 require that management measures reduce safety risks as long as the other national standards can be met, and the practical and legal requirements of conservation and management are accounted for. The guidelines expressly contemplate, quote, avoiding management measures that require hazardous at-sea inspections or enforcement if other comparable enforcement could be accomplished as effectively. As I said, the information compiled by observers can be temporarily collected through other means. During the 2-week waiver that was granted in April, the agency still recorded discards using an internal formula they developed. Requiring human observers on fishing vessels where social distancing is not possible increases the risk of the crew and or the observer catching the virus, and it does not promote safety at sea as required by the standard. The council, you made this request in April after thoughtful consideration and discussion of the trade-offs between the risk to human health and safety and the collection of fisheries-dependent data. Clearly, National Standard 10 safety considerations should outweigh the information collection activities. Recommendations for waivers that have been made by regional managers should hold sway with the agency as councils determine how their fisheries in their regions should operate. Instead, the agency has disregarded the intent of the council and denied waivers, putting our industry at extreme risk without accepting the liability for those decisions. In denying council's request for extended waivers, NMFS did not explain how its decision comported with National Standard 10. Waiving human observer coverage during these times meets the intent of the President's executive order. Protecting the seafood supply chain and keeping fishermen and processors operating is imperative at this time. As you are more than well aware, the seafood industry is experiencing a harsh reality from COVID-19. The disruption and elimination of markets, the uncertainty around the future as it relates to COVID-19 restrictions on restaurants and other seafood purveyors, the extreme expense that businesses have to undergo to adapt to COVID-19 and try to protect their employees. All of these have combined to create an uncertain and bleak future with no end in sight. Now more than ever, it's important to keep fishermen on the water. The number of COVID-19 cases in the industry has risen sharply since late March, and to date, many seafood processing plants have disclosed outbreaks. Each day, something new is reported, most recently a massive outbreak in the whiting fishery on a factory trawler, and this after the company and observer provider took extraordinary and expensive measures to ensure crew members and observers were healthy before boarding the ship. 94 people have tested positive in this one instance, including observers, and outbreaks were reported on 2 additional factory trawlers, where an additional 25 people were positive. All had passed tests saying they were negative before boarding the vessel. It's unlikely the source will ever be truly known. In the meantime, the vessels are out of the fishery in lockdown at the dock, costing the owners and the employees significant lost revenue. The largest workplace outbreak in the state of Oregon was discovered last week in a processing company on Newport's Bayfront. 127 people have tested positive. Now those plants are shut down for at least another 10 days, stranding the vessels that deliver to them with no place to go. Smaller outbreaks occurred in plants in Astoria and Warrenton, where 48 people tested positive. This prompted closures with associated market disruptions. There is a false sense of security in our nation that the infection rates in coastal areas are less than in other places. NMFS has used this assumption to deny waivers. Unfortunately, this perception about coastal communities is due to a lack of actual testing, not because the virus is not prevalent. In the cases of the factory trawlers, as well as the outbreaks in processing plants, the vast majority of those who tested positive were showing no signs of COVID-19. The World Health Organization and other health experts have said that asymptomatic people can and do spread the virus. Anyone can be unwittingly spreading this virus to others, risking their lives and livelihoods. In terms of testing, only 7% of the population in Lincoln County has been tested. And of those people tested, 5% have been positive. Testing is extremely limited. In fact, I've been trying to get some fishermen tested that had come into contact with Newport plant workers, and I've been working on this for a week and been unable to get them tested. I find it highly unlikely that observers are getting tested and ensuring they are virus-free as well before boarding vessels. Decisions to deny waivers have been made without medical expertise. The agency repeatedly states that fishing is a dangerous business regardless of the pandemic, and there is no greater risk to the vessel's crew by having an observer on board. I highly doubt if the agency were to consult with Dr. Fauci and other medical experts from the CDC that they would say that there is no additional risk to the crew or to the observers by operating in close quarters. Indeed, these same medical experts are strongly cautioning against close contacts outside of immediate family, hence the requirement on limited capacity in restaurants and other places. Social distancing on vessels is impossible, and the risk of requiring additional bodies on board directly violates National Standard 10, especially when the information can be collected temporarily through other means. And finally, exacerbating the dismay over the denial of the industry waivers is the cancellation of multiple surveys in order to protect the health of NMFS employees. The guiding principles for returning to sea presented by Dr. Warner to the CCC on May 27th included keeping the number of personnel limited, pre-boarding quarantining and multiple testing, minimizing the amount of time spent traveling in public, and ensuring activities are not too far from ports with adequate medical services. A decision has been made that the health and safety of the NMFS scientific employees is more important than the information collected by the surveys. Why isn't the same courtesy applied to our fishermen? Denying the waivers is essentially saying that information being collected by observers is more important than the health of a fisherman and the observer. And the information collected by our research scientists is not as important as their safety. The hypocrisy is staggering. I hope you will consider reiterating your previous request to NMFS to provide blanket waivers on the West Coast. Perhaps if it was couched as a request for an emergency action, it would hold more sway. We're only just getting started with the health and economic fallout from COVID-19. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Heather, for your testimony. Are there questions for Heather? I don't see any. Thanks, Heather. Tara Brock is next. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you, Chair Anderson and members of the council. For the record, my name is Tara Brock with Oceana. We have submitted a letter under this agenda item with our colleagues at Earth Justice, asking the council to clarify that it will not restrict the public submission of written scientific information relevant to council-managed fisheries and issues on the council's agenda. Public participation in the fishery management process is a statutory right, and submission of relevant information from the public and stakeholders is at the core of the council process, which emphasizes public participation and involvement. We recognize that some of this information may be copyrighted, but the use of copyrighted materials for research, education, comment, and other non-commercial purposes is generally permitted as fair use under the Copyright Act. Stakeholders submit scientific information to the council to educate council members and other stakeholders, share new and relevant research, and promote informed decision-making on important public resource management issues. There is no commercial use or benefit in providing this information on the council website. The council and NMFS are required to base their decisions on the best available science. To ensure the council is meeting this mandate, the public must be afforded the opportunity to submit scientific information to the council. We understand simply because someone submits scientific information to the council, it does not automatically make that the best available science. However, the council will not be able to consider, acknowledge, accept, or reject differing scientific information if the council refuses to allow that information to be presented to it. Simply allowing the public to cite to this information is also not sufficient. Expecting council members and other stakeholders to search out and download cited articles would impose a significant burden and is simply not practical. To our knowledge, no other council restricts the submission of scientific information from the public because it is simply not a heavy administrative burden. The law requires the council to foster an open and transparent process. The fact that the council might consider how to restrict public comment and participation in the fishery management process is deeply concerning. It simply does not comport with the council's commitment to informed decision-making, stakeholder engagement, and transparency. We therefore request the council direct council staff and its members not to censor relevant information submitted by the public. Thank you for considering these comments. We look forward to council discussion of this issue. It's very important to maintain an open and transparent process and ensure that relevant information is getting before the council. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Tara. Are there any questions of Tara? Don't see any. Thank you, Tara. And next up is Jeff Lackey.
Yes, hello. Thank you, council members, for your time this morning. Today, I suggest an item for prioritization in response to the NOAA Fisheries. Chris Oliver requests the councils to submit a prioritized list of recommended actions. An idea has been circulating for years among trawl vessels and groundfish processors for a change of fiscal year for catch accounting and quota issuance to start on April 1st instead of January 1st. The intent of this would allow to allow more unused insurance species kept by whiting boats for incidental catch to be used by trawlers. Some of the most important species for bottom trawl, like sable, canary, dark blotch, yellow eye, minor shelf, and for midwater trawl, like widow and yellowtail, are kept in large quantities until mid-October or November and then released, but are either not well utilized or their value not maximized because there is so little time left in the year. April 1st would allow use of those species for 5 months, November through March, instead of just 2 months, November and December. There are several benefits to a 5-month post-take fishery. First is 5 months is long enough for vessels and processors to business plan for non-hake fisheries with extra quota released by hake vessels by November 1st. Currently, the November-December fishery is dominated by crab prep, bad weather, and vessel and processors using what capacity they have to get a few species in before December 31st. Usually that's sable, petrale, and widow. A 5-month post-take fishery would allow more targeting and harvest of underutilized species. Second, it would allow more quality and value out of the fish that is harvested because it could be planned out over a wider time frame and get maximum value out of the fresh market, both for food service and potentially more developed retail markets. Third, it would allow vessels to take more advantage of open RCAs, whereas now the January through March incidental catch is both cost prohibitive because of lease cost and risk prohibitive as vessels do not want to risk overusing quota they need to use for the rest of the year. Fourth, it would allow the widow and yellowtail quota that is held in reserve by hake vessels to be used more efficiently to level out production and sales of rockfish, get more value out of the widow, and get more yellowtail utilization. Fifth, it would better align with the halibut calendar and give bottom trawl vessels a better idea of how to plan their fishing year with the available halibut quota. Sixth, it would free up yellow eye quota to facilitate targeting of lingcod and other underutilized species. Seventh, quota lease price during that 5 months would not be affected by hake. For example, dark blotch quota has been leasing at about 42 cents for the past several years, but would be far less in a non-hake free market scenario. Eighth, it would allow more time for processors and trawlers to make sure they maximize the catch, quality, and value of petrale. Currently, the late fall/early winter timeframe is often difficult for both trawlers and processors to utilize petrale quota before it expires, and to do so in an efficient way that preserves quality and maximizes value. To give some perspective on current state of the bottom trawl fishery, 2019 represented the worst bottom trawl year in possibly over a half century, while at the same time groundfish stocks were at their healthiest in possibly decades. 2019 saw the lowest Dover catch since 1967, and all of this was prior to COVID. And we are even worse shape now in 2020 in terms of COVID operating safety concerns, disruptions, volume, and price. A tool to reduce burdens and increase production, such as change of fiscal year, is greatly needed. And thanks, and with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Jeff. And we did get your letter as well. Any questions for Jeff? Louis Zim.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, have you proposed this interesting and meaningful action in the GAP for future planning, or can we look forward to hearing from the GAP about this?
You know, I have not proposed it to the GAP, but I have heard people starting to talk about wanting to discuss it under future workload, so I assume that we will. I have talked to several members of industry, both trawlers and processors, already, and so and I've heard from many people saying, "Hey, yeah, that was I was saying that years ago," and so it has already stirred some conversation that I'm sure we'll hear more of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Louis. Any other questions for Jeff? Thanks very much, Jeff. That'll conclude our public comment under our open comment period. And it takes us to any pertinent discussion or comments by council members that they have not already provided. Rich Lincoln.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to maybe start some discussion by acknowledging the public comment on the raising the concerns about the restriction of the form of that the council potentially allows scientific information to be presented to the council. And I honestly find I find some of the concerns and comments raised to be merit some council discussion. I'm not sure that I understand that the form of scientific information is somehow unique in terms of restricting that particular type of information as compared to other information that's presented to the council. And it seems like perhaps the appropriate mechanism, if the council thinks that such information should be restricted in some manner in its form, it seems to me that the appropriate process for making that kind of decision might be in the council actually considering some kind of council operating procedure. So I am concerned that I mean, as a council member myself, I appreciate the ability to understand and consider relevant information that might be out there. We always have to consider how we use that information, but I think in this particular case, there have been some comments of certain merit that would warrant some council discussion and change or specification of procedure before it restricts access to information. I understand some of the comments that have been presented to us by the council staff in terms of the rationale for some of the decisions made, and understand that there may be utility in discussing some of those, but I think that it deserves some council process before we restrict information. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I would just say that Chuck and I and Mark have had an opportunity to talk about this issue a little bit, and I know that the COP as it's currently written doesn't directly address this kind of a issue, and so I believe under workload planning, Chuck was going to bring up this item in terms of looking at the COP more closely and having a deliberative discussion about it. But Chuck, if you have anything more to add at this time on this particular topic, please feel free to do so.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not too much. I think I did mention under my executive director's report that I had a desire to update the COPs and SOPPs, and this was one of the topics that I wanted to bring up and have an opportunity for the council to discuss. And so I think assuming we can find time in our agenda. Again, I was hoping to get this done before the end of the year, or at least to start the process before the end of the year. So I would like to do that. So yes, there's this issue. There's a number of other issues as well, though, that need consideration in our SOPPs and COPs. But that was my intent there.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Yeah, I just would add my voice to Rich's that I think this is an important issue that we need to talk about and make sure there's clarity on it in our COPs. But before we're getting to that point, I think some further discussion in the council needs to occur. So I'm hoping we can schedule some time to do that sooner rather than later. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do agree with Rich's position on this and yours, and I really appreciate the clarification of this in our road forward. My comment is not on that at all. It is upon the deep set buoy fishery and the recreational fishery conflicts that are seen to be appearing off Southern California, which I have actually witnessed myself in very small part, not near as much as the people that are out there daily. So I just want to make sure that we keep this in mind. It'll be very interesting here in this year to see how this develops. We already have a situation where the first deep set buoy gear swordfish that's been caught has been caught by a recreational fisherman. So it's very interesting, and I hope that we keep a close look on this matter, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. And Vice Chair Grelnick.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Just quickly on Louis' point, the council currently does not regulate the recreational swordfish fishery. And so to the extent the open public comment relates to further regulations, it's not clear to me whether the request is that the council undertake that or whether that comment is really directed to the Fish and Game Commission. I think we were concerned from the very start about gear conflicts in the deep set buoy gear fishery, although I think at the time we were concerned about other billfish and not necessarily recreational targeting of swordfish. With regard to the point made by Oceana, I think I'm sympathetic to the notion that we need to have an open discussion, and we shouldn't be censoring any scientific information. I think that was the term that was used. And I just would like to distinguish between consideration of scientific information that's brought to the council versus republication of that. I think those are two different things. And hopefully later in the year, when we discuss perhaps amending the COP, we can discuss that. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mark. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the discussion on that, and Chuck for the plan on moving forward. There were a number of issues raised during this item. I just wanted to quickly say on the HMS advisor subpanels report and their request for data on the recreational type vessels in the albacore commercial fishery. I just want to say I think we have been looking into that and talking to the other states and NMFS about it, and so we'll be looking for a place on the council's agenda to bring up that data request. So we heard that, and I'll again be looking for urging us to think about that at the appropriate time.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Any other council discussion or points that you want to bring up relative to topics that were raised under the open comment period? All right, thank you. It's 11:15. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break here. Let me make sure it's 11:14. I was close. Let's take a 10-minute break, be back ready to go at 11:25, and we'll take up our C1 administrative matters, which is the NMFS report. There are several components to that report, and we'll take that up next. So back here ready to go at 11:25. Well, I have 11:25, and so welcome back to our Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting here on Friday, June 12th. We'll reconvene here and take up our first administrative matter, which is the National Marine Fisheries report. We have several different reports here, and we also have reports from both science centers. So I will turn it over to Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, I have quite a lot to run through here, so please bear with me. I'm going to cover rulemakings, EFP updates, and then touch on some of the documents that we've submitted or that are under the informational reports. So starting with highly migratory species, regarding the final rule on fish aggregating devices, silky sharks, and observer safety, that final rule just recently published. As a reminder, this strengthens protections for observers that are required by the IATTC for longline and transshipment fleets, as well as by the AIDCB for purse seine vessels. Other key aspects of the rule include streamline FAD data collection and a retention prohibition for silky shark caught by U.S. longline vessels in the IATTC convention area. So that silky shark retention provision will be effective starting next week. NMFS will publish a Federal Register notice to announce the effectiveness of the other provisions. For HMS EFP updates, you'll find these documents under the information reports. What we also noted in our NMFS supplemental report here. So fishermen with active EFPs in 2019 submitted their reports here. For buoy gear, NMFS includes an overview of the 2019 EFP activity based on the observer data in this report. That's summarized in Table 1. We also provide updates on ESA compliance and observer coverage, which I do want to note here as well. We completed an ESA consultation for continued operation of the EFPs in 2020 and 2021. I do want to note that we did lower the observer coverage required for the buoy gear EFP operations as part of a broader observer program budget prioritization effort, which did take into account the need for data collection for the gear type, for example, to inform analyses for authorizing the gear, ESA compliance, among other issues. And we did that in close consultation with General Counsel and Protected Resources. So now the first 3 fishing days require 100% observer coverage under the new standard buoy gear EFPs and a minimum of 10% thereafter. The first year of fishing under a linked buoy gear EFP with no prior effort requires 100% observer coverage, which is unchanged, and then a minimum of 10% thereafter. And finally, for standard and linked EFPs that were fished in 2018 and 2019, a minimum of 10% is required. For longline EFP, we have the summary report here for the EFP that was active in 2019. 100% of those fishing trips were observed. I won't repeat that part of the report, but I'll make a few just highlights from the data. Most of the shallow sets were made off of Northern and Central California, while deep sets were split between that area and Southern California. Catch per unit effort, catch per 1,000 hooks and swordfish was higher than NMFS anticipated. And no interactions with protected species were observed other than 2 California sea lions that were released alive. CPUE of blue shark and short fin mako shark was higher than anticipated, but the majority were released alive. Moving to groundfish. We have an updated rulemaking schedule for groundfish detailed in Table 2 of Supplemental Report 1. I do want to highlight a few of the other actions that have happened since we submitted that report. The in-season action approved at the April 2020 Council meeting on June 10th. We implemented all the Council's requests with trip limit increases for fixed gear fisheries. However, we did not implement the council's requested changes to the non-trawl rockfish conservation areas. And you see a letter explaining this as a supplemental NMFS report. But to summarize, the groundfish FMP requires that in-season actions rely on previously completed council analyses in order to implement them quickly and through a one-meeting process. The joint ODFW and CDFW report focused on the target and overfish species impacts and did not reference previously completed council analysis describing the expected impacts of the non-trawl RCA reopenings. The April 16th council letter to NMFS also simply references the council recommendation. In evaluating the council's recommendations for the in-season action, NMFS spent considerable time and resources above and beyond what is usually necessary for an in-season action, reviewing previously completed council analyses to confirm the potential impact, in particular, the EFH impacts of non-trawl RCA reopenings of this scale. In the end, we are not able to identify information in these documents to support the council's recommended changes to the non-trawl RCA. In an effort to provide the most economic benefit possible, we decided to implement the trip limit changes, which we easily confirmed had been previously adequately analyzed. We appreciate the council's efforts to adjust management measures to support our fishing communities during the pandemic. However, the FMP only allows us to implement in-season management changes that are clearly supported by previous analysis. So if the council would like to recommend similar in-season adjustments to the non-trawl RCA at this meeting or future meetings this year, we ask the council identify that the appropriate analysis exists, documenting the expected impacts. And we will be happy to speak to this more under the in-season agenda item. After a unusually lengthy headquarters delay, we finally published the final rule for vessel monitoring and movement and monitoring action that published yesterday. Several provisions in the rule will be effective 1 month from today, including allowing midwater trawl vessels participating in the Pacific whiting fishery to change their landing declarations while at sea, exempting groundfish trawl vessels from observer coverage while testing authorized fishing gear, and allowing shore-based IFQ fixed gear vessels to deploy pot gear in one management area while retrieving gear from another management area on a single trip. This rule also increases the VMS position transmission rate from once per hour to 4 times per hour. And this goes into effect on September 13th, 2020, to give affected groundfish vessels time to plan for the increased cost of this requirement. We are also close to publishing the final rule for the combined action for 2020 whiting catch limits and short belly rockfish and cowcod specifications. And the emergency action the council requested at the April 2020 meeting to allow whiting processing platforms to switch between mothership and catcher processor sectors in the same fishing year. And we will keep the council updated if we receive publication information for either of those actions during this council meeting, which is possible. And then finally, as far as rulemakings and EFPs go, we didn't have this in the note, but I just wanted to update on the sardine harvest specifications. That proposed rule published May 27th, public comment ended yesterday. We are aiming to publish the final rule early July 1st, and so that we can have that in place for the start of the 2020-2021 fishing year. And then we do have 2 EFPs for CPS, and we expect to publish Federal Register notices on those later this month. And then if they are approved, that EFP work would start in August 2020. Moving to the information reports. I want to start with cost recovery. The Trawl Restoration Program Cost Recovery Annual Report fee calculation for 2020 and fishing year 2019 payment supplemental report, INF Report 14. Normally we present this in April, but the agenda item was canceled since it was not considered essential. We did present the report to the GAP yesterday, and we are happy to provide a presentation to the council at a future meeting if desired. The fee percentages were announced in December as follows: shore-based IFQ of 3%, mothership 0.29%, special processors 0.08%. However, in processing the annual report, we found that a few errors, and when corrected, actually resulted in lower direct program costs for the shore-based IFQ program and a very slightly higher program cost for the mothership and catcher processor sectors. We're in the process of issuing a Federal Register notice, which will reduce the shore-based IFQ fee from 3% to 2.88%. And because this has resulted in a lower fee, NMFS will calculate the fees that should have been collected in 2020 under the 2.88% fee, and then include the excess as a credit in the 2021 fee calculations. And the adjustments for the other sectors will be included in the 2021 cost recovery fee calculation. We understand there's a lot in there, so we have already reached out and received a number of comments from industry. We do plan to hold a broader phone call to go over the report as well as these revisions, and we will have that sometime shortly after this council meeting. Just a quick note that you have a couple information reports on the Salt Install Kennedy Grant Program. There was more than $8 million in projects for the 2020 competition. 8 proposals, about $2 million for the West Coast. And just to note that applications are now open for FY21 with pre-proposals due August 7th, full proposals due November 20th. Okay, and then finally, and thank you for indulging me, I know this is a lengthy report, but I do want to touch on the observer waiver issue. We have 2 supplemental reports. 15, which is from the West Coast region regarding our response to the council's request at the April meeting to issue temporary waiver. There's also, as of, I think it was yesterday, headquarters released a broader statement from Chris Oliver on observer waivers, including a snapshot of what is happening around the country. I think everyone here is mostly familiar with what happened in the discussion at the last meeting. We did actively participate in that discussion. We listened to the concerns raised at the last meeting, and as noted, we discussed this in detail, both internally and with the observer providers, which led to the temporary waiver being granted April 16th through April 30th in order to transition to these new measures being implemented by the observer providers. So in addition to the mandatory 14-day self-isolation period prior to deployment, the observer providers have also implemented measures that allow the observer or catch monitor to stay with a single vessel or plant assignment without interruption. And currently, observers are self-isolating between trips, and monitors are self-isolating between offloads. Vessels in Northern California, Oregon, and Washington are only assigned observers living in nearby coastal communities. Observers living in California, San Francisco, and Los Angeles areas are confined to covering vessels operating out of their ports. Detailed pre-deployment health screenings are continuing, and observers who suspect they are ill are instructed to contact their employer, the observer provider, and immediately seek medical advice. This has resulted in reduced observer availability. And so the region has been issuing waivers for some vessel trips on the partial coverage fleets due to that lack of observer availability. And you can see that listed, well, I'll go through that in a moment, listed below. We have not issued any waivers for the HMS fleet through our regional observer program, but April and May are typically low periods of effort. There was also quite a number of correspondences back and forth between the AADCP members and the IATTC members to allow for observer waivers. To date, though, NMFS has not received a waiver request for our use large purse seine vessels. However, for the time period of May 1 to May 31st, we issued 51 waivers for partial coverage fleets due to those observer availability issues. We have also had 4 EM vessels that were selected for observer coverage, and we issued waivers there to ensure that we have others available for the shore-based IFQ program, which has been identified as our top priority. We have received requests from a number of the EFP officials to waive observer coverage. If we do have observers unavailable, we will be addressing those on a trip-by-trip basis and are working with those individuals on that as that happens. Okay, and with that, I will stop there and see if there's any questions.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. And I'll first go to John Ugeritz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ryan, for the report. I do want to go back to the EFP deep set buoy gear observer coverage issue. I must admit we were a little surprised when we first learned of this. Apparently, the change to the Observe Act before the start of the new year, long before COVID, and it was not brought to the council's attention until just now. The level of observer coverage at observing the first 10 trips of deep set buoy gear EFP ended by the team and adopted by council vote when we approved EFPs. I understand NMFS's rationale for the change, but I do think it's something that we really need to look at closely when we consider new EFPs at the next meeting to make sure that we have appropriate observer coverage to get the data we need from this EFP fishery.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, John, for the point. I definitely should have updated the council on this in March when we had our EFP update. So I do apologize for that. And I'm happy to have that discussion when we discuss future EFP. So thank you for the comment, though.
Other questions for Ryan? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brian, for the report. I appreciate it. On the cost recovery issue, I had a question for you. You mentioned there was a mistake or miscalculation made on the ITQ sector that overcharged them to date, and it will be credited next year to the program. And I guess a couple of questions. Was that going to be credited to the individuals that overpaid, or will it be credited to the sector in general? And if it's the latter, doesn't it short the guys that have overpaid to date? They're not made whole by that type of a process. So just curious.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thanks, Bob. So I don't have a specific answer right now. We were going to discuss those issues prior to the 2021 fee calculation. So I'm happy to have this also as part of the discussion that we're planning.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. It just occurred to me, so I just wanted to state that anyhow. So thank you.
Any other questions for Ryan on the National Marine Fisheries Service report before I go to the Science Centers? Okay, why don't we start in the South first, Southwest Science Center. Kristen Cook, are you giving that report?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, members of the council. I'll be giving you the NMFS report for the Southwest Center, principally on the operating status of the center as we stand now. So I will start with a brief overview of our survey situation. I'll provide some overarching comments on the situation generally with NOAA's, and then some specific updates on Southwest surveys. Okay, I apologize. I have a little bit of background noise. So Dr. Werner will do the same for the Northwest surveys. So the extraordinary and evolving situation with COVID-19 has resulted in a challenging decision-making environment regarding ship-based surveys. It's taking a national approach to its white boat surveys while recognizing that local and regional differences right now matter a great deal. Some comments largely refer to surveys conducted on NOAA white ships. Several NMFS surveys also take on charter vessels and UNOLS vessels, and there's a desire to have some consistency there. So OMAO is the Office of Marine and Aviation Operations, and this is the part of NOAA that oversees NOAA ship operations. OMAO is consulting with the U.S. public on its protocols for allowing operations of its ships, and protocols are still under development. So some general comments on the timeline to date. Starting with March 17th, this is the date that NOAA OMAO initially suspended its vessel operations. On April 20th, NOAA canceled surveys through May, and on May 18th, NOAA further suspended vessel operations through July 1st. So a number of considerations have gone into all surveys and the decision-making surrounding them, and they are being taken on a case-by-case basis. So a few of those conditions: what is the mission critical work? What are the logistical constraints? Are the required criteria for health considerations feasible? What are the long-term impacts of delay or cancellation? Are there risk mitigating strategies to still achieve objectives with alternative or innovative methods? Can we adequately staff the surveys? And then finally, NOAA travel approval, which is really only coming forward for very mission critical activities. So in the case of the Southwest, we have, I'll just run through kind of the status of each of our surveys. We have today canceled 2 surveys. The first of those was the spring Coastal Pelagic Speed Survey, set to begin in mid-April. This would have collected spring data in support of Pacific sardine, Pacific mackerel, as well as northern anchovy and other CPS. The second survey that we canceled was our spring cow coffee survey. This is our 70-plus year ecosystem time series done seasonally in the Southern California Bight, primarily in collaboration with Scripps Institute of Oceanography and Cal Fish and Wildlife. Next are 2 surveys that are not canceled and are going forward. That is our summer cow coffee survey we do in partnership with Scripps. This is planned for July on a vessel, and Scripps personnel will be participating in that survey. The second survey in this category is our juvenile rockfish survey, originally scheduled to begin in May, is actually currently ongoing. This is from a 40-day survey on a NOAA ship to a 15-day survey vessel that we were able to charter. The crew by NOAA scientists and crew are currently conducting data collection per the protocols provided by Southwest Center. In we are really focused right now on our summer coastal pelagic species survey. This is our large summer CPS survey. It's an 80-day survey, and it was scheduled to start June 22nd and run through September. Survey at a minimum will be delayed, possibly into August. We're currently considering multiple options to see if way we can safely conduct it, still provide quality data to support biomass estimates. The survey has a two vessel entry component to take inshore measurements for CPS fishing vessels. And we also hope to deploy
We've lost your audio, Kristen.
Sorry about that. We also hope to deploy a sail drone component to the survey. So the complexity here with this particular survey is adding somewhat to the uncertainty, but we are doing everything we can to see if we can't execute this particular survey because of its importance to stock assessment and council work. So that's it on our survey status. As far as field work goes in our center, most of our other March through June field work has been canceled. In terms of laboratory work, most of our labs were shut down in March, and we will slowly be bringing back some lab work under a new Department of Commerce phased return schedule that will likely commence soon. And then as far as facilities, our facilities remain closed to all but facilities, aquarium staff, and a few ad hoc activities that are going on. And that will, we're currently planning on a phased process to restart some minimal mission critical work at the labs. So I'll stop there, and I think Kevin has his separate report on surveys and other things for the Northwest Center.
Okay, thanks, Kristen. Let me ask if there are any questions of Kristen relative to the Southwest Science Center activities. Okay, thanks very much. And over to you, Kevin Werner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just checking if you can hear me.
Yes, you sound good.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the council. I'm going to cover 4 things in my report. So I will also cover operating status, similar to what Kristen did. Then on behalf of both of us, I'm going to talk about the best scientific information available and where we want to go with that. Then I'll talk about quota share survey, and then I'll wrap up with a couple of points on our landing tracker. So on operating status, like Kristen, like the Southwest Center, we have also canceled all of our surveys since March. So for the Northwest Center, that includes the West Coast Groundfish Survey Spring Pass. So many of you will recall the West Coast Groundfish Survey typically includes 2 vessels in the spring and 2 vessels in the late summer, fall. We still have the second half of that survey on the books. I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. But we've canceled the first half of that survey, essentially. We've also canceled the Juvenile Salmon and Ocean Ecosystem Survey. We've canceled one of our Northern California current surveys. We've also canceled a cruise that was intended to do some telemetry replacement off the Washington coast, and a southern resident killer whale cruise also off the Washington coast. In terms of future surveys, we have, as I mentioned, the second half of the West Coast Groundfish Survey is scheduled to go in August. We also have this year as an off year for the Hake survey. So we have a research cruise, which is actually pretty important because we plan to do an intervessel comparison with the Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans new vessel, the Franklin. We also need to calibrate our EK80, our new acoustic gear. And that cruise is also slated to go in August. So we'll be evaluating those 2 surveys over the next month or so, and make a decision sometime in July. In terms of field work, most of our field work has been canceled. We've had just a couple of small things that we've done that have been fairly small in the risk profile. We are, like surveys, evaluating the future field work. Lab work also, similarly, most of our labs have been shut down since March. We are slowly bringing back some of the more critical lab work, and in particular, I wanted to call out some testing we're doing for the Washington State Department of Health. I'm testing biotoxins for them. They have had to the Washington Department of Health has had to refocus their lab capacity around COVID testing. So we've taken up the slack for them on this biotoxin testing for Washington State. And lastly, our facilities, that similar to Southwest Center, our facilities remain closed to all but our maintenance staff and folks that are taking care of our live animals. So that's the operating status update. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the best scientific information available. So many of you may recall that there's a policy from National Marine Fisheries Service to require a framework for the agency to certify best scientific information available, and there's a requirement for that policy, for that framework to be in place regionally by 2022. So Kristen and I have put a little bit of thought into how we want to approach this. So conceptually, I wanted to start here, and this is important. We want to emphasize that we prioritize maintaining the excellent working relationships that we have between the council and the science centers. While there is an agency level requirement to identify this process to certify best scientific information available for the agency, we recognize that the existing working relationships between the council and the science center staff have been and will remain key for working through any of those issues. So to that end, we envision the framework being simple, as simple as possible. Our expectation is that repeating myself, the framework should be as simple as possible. We anticipate reliance on the types of processes that have already been in use for several years to the extent possible. And this is particularly true for groundfish, HMS, and CPS. We also expect that any conflict resolution component will be something we rarely, if ever, need to resort to. So in terms of developing the specific framework, we've asked Jim Hasty from the Northwest Center and Sarah Schaffler from the Southwest Center to lead the development of this for us. In order for them to do this, they will need to work with the SSC. So we would ask that the council provide direction to the SSC to work with our folks on this development. Okay, the next update is on the quota share survey. This is as part of the 5-year review of the trawl catch program. The council requested a survey of quota share owners to determine what share quota earnings are received by actual participants. The survey is currently being conducted, let me start over again. The survey is currently being integrated into the quota share renewal system, and our economic staff are contacting individual quota share owners to test the survey. Anyone is welcome to contact our economist to discuss the survey, and I can provide the contact information if anybody needs that. And then my final update is on the landings tracker. In order to respond to headquarters data requests about the impacts of COVID-19 on commercial fishing, our economists have built a landings tracker. Due to popular demand, we're making that landings tracker available publicly on the Northwest Center's website. It can be accessed by clicking the fisheye link on the EDC program page, and we can provide that link to anybody that's interested. And that is my report. I will stop there.
Thanks very much, Kevin. I had one question on the landing tracker. What's the breadth of the species that are covered by that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to phone a friend on that one.
Okay. I don't need to have it right now anyway, but just curious. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure we get an answer back to you on that.
Thanks. Are there other questions for Kevin? Corey Niles.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kevin, and thanks, Kristen. And apologies if I'm missing it here, but is there a report where you've listed the status of the various surveys you've talked about? Is this in a report where people can see it written down anywhere by chance?
Thank you for the question. I don't think Kristen did either, provide this in writing because we wanted to provide the most up-to-date information as of today. So we didn't want to, document information that would be outdated. That said, if you need anything in writing, we're happy to respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
I think that would be helpful if the science centers could do that. Just as of this date, here is what is happening with our surveys, and if there's further updates after that, that's great. But so that we there's a number of surveys that you reported on, and at least I would find it helpful if they could be compiled into a written document so we have an understanding of what is happening and what isn't.
Okay, I'm virtually looking at Kristen. I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that as well. We'll do it as of this date because the situation is evolving pretty rapidly. So.
Okay, appreciate that. Other questions for Kristen or Kevin on their reports? Okay, I don't see any. Let me ask, is there any public comment on this agenda item?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have a supplemental report from the GAP.
Okay. I'm going to have to start looking at two things here, or three things instead of two. Sorry about that. Yes, and we do have a report from the GAP, and I believe Tom Libby is going to provide that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Tom.
Okay. Tom Libby reading agenda item C1A supplemental GAP report 1 for June 2020. Groundfish advisory subpanel report on the NMFS report. The Groundfish advisory subpanel received an overview of this agenda item from Ms. Asia Zumalo, Groundfish and Coastal Pelagic Species Branch Chief, Nest Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region, and Mr. Chris Beagle, Nest Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region Cost Recovery Coordinator, and offers the following comments. On in-season action, the GAP discussed the recent in-season action approved by Nest Marine Fisheries Service and published in the Federal Register earlier this week. The GAP appreciates the approval of the trip limit changes, but was disappointed to learn the non-trawl rockfish conservation area changes were not approved. Both actions were designed to allow for more non-trawl retention at a time when fishing is uncertain, especially now due to COVID-19 and other fisheries such as salmon being limited. The GAP understands NMFS did not approve the RCA line changes at this time due to an absence of prior analyses for the changes and areas requested during the April 2020 council meeting. Furthermore, many of these changes will likely be included in the 2021-2022 biennial harvest specifications and management measures package, and the GAP will make more substantial comments under that agenda item. Under cost recovery, Mr. Chris Beagle provided an overview of the 2019-2020 cost recovery annual report for the trawl rationalization program. The GAP appreciates the steps taken by NMFS to convene informal meetings between the industry and agency to discuss cost recovery concerns. This was a GAP request from the April 2019 GAP statement. Unfortunately, due to a variety of circumstances, the meetings have not occurred on a regular basis. The last one was over 12 months ago. In April 2019, the GAP made two additional suggestions that included a comprehensive discussion on how to reduce monitoring costs, which make up a large component of annually recovered funds, and integrating discussions around what costs are deemed recoverable into council discussions on program activities and rulemakings. Neither of these recommendations have been addressed. As noted above, a small amount of progress has been made in terms of information sharing, but significant concerns still exist around transparency and particularly agency determination of recoverable costs. Additionally, the GAP has unanswered questions around expenses that appear to increase or plateau instead of decrease, as one would expect after 9 years of program implementation. The GAP has additional questions regarding COVID-19 impacts on program management costs moving forward. For example, contractor costs have not been clearly accounted for because it appears contractors aren't coding their hours the same way NIMS staff are. That is, coding for sector-specific costs as appropriate. The GAP is still unsatisfied with the process used by NIMS to determine recoverable costs. The statute determines recoverable costs as those costs that would not be there if it were not for the trawl ITQ program. Unfortunately, a gray area exists when considerations are given to agency projects, data requests from various agencies, and program development. These are activities the agency takes on regardless of stakeholder support. It is not clear that these activities are directly related to the management of the program versus ancillary projects that interest NMFS. There is considerable confusion about why technical expenses for the ITQ website continue to remain so high when presumably expenses would decrease as the cost of technology decreases and the programs provide the same level of service year after year. A large part of the 2019 recoverable expenses is from economic data collection and processing. The agency chooses to pursue research projects and other activities with economic data that, while potentially interesting and informative, are not something the industry has requested. There are several concerns about the agency designing and implementing an audit shop for the electronic monitoring program and charging those costs to industry moving forward, particularly since the EM participants do not support the audit approach being designed by NMFS. Charging cost recovery dollars to attend meetings and provide regional cost recovery information to support national cost recovery policy raises several questions. Namely, why is the industry paying for this? Further, why is the industry responsible for covering agency time to fix mistakes, whether through replacement rulemaking or any other corrective activity? In terms of current management costs, the agency is not running at full capacity due to operational and logistic constraints due to the pandemic. Is there expected to be a drop in recoverable costs moving forward as a result of COVID-19? The GAP is aware the industry proposed several suggestions to NMFS to assist with weathering the COVID-19 storm, including suspending cost recovery for a certain amount of time. The GAP supports this request and would ask that NMFS provide a response on that request. The GAP has remained consistent in its critique of the cost recovery program since implementation. Unfortunately, there are still many concerns about how costs are determined to be recoverable. There's been some progress made in terms of additional information sharing through informal meetings, but those meetings have not occurred for at least 12 months or more. To date, the agency has collected approximately $20 million through cost recovery, which is a very significant sum. The GAP continues to believe the industry deserves a more interactive and transparent process for determining recoverable costs, and we once again ask the Council to recommend this to NMFS. Northwest Fisheries Science Center updates. The GAP wishes to highlight importance of the groundfish trawl surveys to the health of our industries and hopes as a part of the NMFS report today that the Northwest Fisheries Science Center will provide an update on the status of those surveys given the COVID-19 delays. It would have been helpful for the Science Center to submit a written update for the June briefing book so that management and advisory bodies could have discussed the survey status in more informed and holistic manner and had the opportunity to respond more thoroughly through our written statements. Through preliminary outreach to NMFS, the GAP initiated. We're disappointed to hear the first two boat pass of the bottom trawl survey was canceled, and that there are no firm decisions on the second pass, acoustic research, nor on the hook and line survey. We're also disappointed to hear about the cancellation of some, but not all, surveys in the North Pacific. The NIF's rationale for certain survey cancellations seem to differ from the West Coast region rationale for denying observer catch monitor waiver requests, and the GAP hopes to hear more from NIFs about this inconsistency. And that concludes our statement.
Thanks very much, Tom, for the GAPS report. Let me turn to my colleagues and ask if there are any questions of Tom. All right, thanks very much, Tom, and thanks to GAP for the report. Now I can turn to the public comment portion of this agenda item, and I see we have one person signed up to speak, and that is Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Again, my name is Heather Mann. I'm here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, although several of the comments I'm making are on behalf of the broader trawl fleet. First, I want to give a public thank you to John McVeigh from the Observer Program and Melissa Hooper from the Permits Branch. We had an issue with a lightning strike of short belly a few weeks ago, and the boat that had the lightning strike has a camera on board and was required to bring that fish in. I worked with John and Melissa to come up with a scenario where they could actually discard that fish instead of bringing it in, because becomes a wasted trip. And they were quick to respond, and we worked something out. Unfortunately, the boat had already put the fish in the hold, so he was only able to discard about 1,000 pounds instead of the approximately 81 tons that he had on board. So I did want to thank John and Melissa for, I think John got back to me on a Sunday night within about 20 minutes of me sending out an email, and I really appreciate that. Other than that, though, I do, MTC supports the GAP report. I wanted to go into a little bit more detail about the asks that went to National Marine Fisheries Service on March 23rd. They included discussing ways to reduce the cost of producing seafood, and there were some suggestions of how that could happen. One was an opportunity to suspend cost recovery. At that time, it was for the remainder of the year. There was a question about whether we had the opportunity to suspend buyback loan payments and accruing interest to the end of the year. We asked about continuing to use EFPs for EM through 2022, with NMFS paying for the Pacific States Review, and then the request for waivers of blanket waivers for observer coverage for catch vessels and for plants. To date, none of those things have happened. We did have a 2-week waiver, as you know, from the observer coverage, but we have not had responses on the rest of the information. We'll know more about EM at this meeting, although NMFS is very clear that they're not going to be, that they don't think they have the money to pay for the review. And this was geared toward trying to reduce costs. I'm frustrated right now. A lot of people are frustrated as they try to keep their business going. And there's just an incredible amount of expense that we're continuing to pay. And then we see things like the vessel movement and monitoring rule, which does provide efficiencies for the Hake fleet. This was something that passed the council, I believe, in 2014. And so 6 years later, I'm glad it was published yesterday. Unfortunately, we still have to wait 30 days till we can use it. At least we'll have something available to us in the fall. But that's a long time waiting. And right now we've had vessels literally having to come from the grounds into port to change their designation instead of being efficient and catching some hake on the way in as they switch from mothership to shoreside. I guess 2 more points I'd like to make. The survey presentations. It would have been nice to see that in writing. The North Pacific Council and the CCC all had things, PowerPoint presentations that showed what was going, what wasn't, what was still to be determined. Again, I just highlight my earlier testimony. There's a real big discrepancy here. It's not just the surveys. I was surprised to hear that most of the field work is also not occurring. And I'm wondering why they cannot do that. And if NMFS believes that the way the industry is prosecuting fisheries and that we can do it safely, I'm wondering why NMFS employees can't do it safely. I think that National Marine Fisheries Service should really start preparing now for next year so that your staffing issues, your travel constraints, I think you should assume will be in some sort of situation like we are in now with COVID-19. And so I think people should start really thinking about 2021. It's not as simple as money just rolls over, because the people who work in the survey departments are still being paid this year. And I think human resources is probably one of the big chunks of that budget. So what are we going to be doing for 2021? How are we going to ensure that these surveys are being done? I guess we should start preparing for that now. And lastly, everybody knows that the Congress passed relief for the trawl industry in terms of the buyback loan. That still has yet to be implemented. I've been told by NMFS headquarters that it doesn't matter when it's implemented, as long as it's implemented this year, that the costs associated with it will be the same. But I just want to express a little bit of additional frustration over that delay in getting something implemented, and just the fact that I personally, in Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, has had to raise $300,000 through both my members and then just individual members in the trawl fleet and other organizations to hire a company in DC to help us get National Marine Fisheries Service to fix their initial mistake, which added $6 million to the buyback loan for the trawl portion of it. So I'm frustrated that we're not seeing more assistance from National Marine Fisheries Service, more consideration given to the fishing industry, and helps to help us weather these unprecedented times. I'm frustrated and I'm disappointed, and I understand everybody's under an extreme amount of pressure, but the fishing businesses they're just trying to stay alive. When surveys are canceled that use charters, those boats are losing the revenue they would have had from that. They're not being compensated. I think they're being compensated for their time to prepare, and that's it. It's just frustrating. So I guess I will leave it at that. But I will say I think the comments that I'm sharing are felt by a lot of people in the trawl industry. It's not just MTC. We really need to figure out, COVID-19 is shining a really bright light on all the things that don't work in the Trawl IQ program, in the at-sea cooperative mothership sector. We're seeing a really bright light on the fragility of our infrastructures. And I'm hoping that we can do something, not just to reduce the cost of producing seafood, which is something that would directly benefit the industry now, but moving forward, we need to be more efficient. We need to be more transparent. And I think we should prepare to be in the COVID-19 storm for a while. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Heather, for those comments. Are there any questions from council members on Heather's testimony? All right. Thank you, Heather. And that brings us to the end of the public comment period on the first administrative matters item. The NMFS report takes us to any additional council discussion or guidance that council members wish to provide to National Marine Fisheries Service in response to their report and or our public comment. All right, I don't see any. A number of these items, or several of these items at least, will be taken up with more specificity later in our agenda as well. So that takes us to the end of agenda item C1, takes us to our lunch break. It's 12:20. Let's plan to be back and start with our first highly migratory species management item. Might be our only one. D1 at 1:30. So we'll be back and reconvene at 1:30. Have a good lunch.
Hey, this is Kent doing a quick sound check. If somebody wants to let me know if they can hear me.
Hey, Kent, this is Chris. I can hear you loud and clear.
Thanks.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Phil Anderson bringing our Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting here on Friday, June 12th, back to order after our lunch break. And so we have one item to cover here this afternoon, and that's having to do with our international management activities associated with highly migratory species. And for this agenda item, I'll be virtually handing the gavel over to Vice Chair Grelnick. So, Mark, there you go.
Very much, Chair Anderson. We're on to agenda item D1, highly migratory species. And as we do routinely, I will turn to the staff officer, Kit Dahl, to get us started with an overview.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, council members, all those listening. From the situation summary, I'll extemporize a little bit in this first paragraph listing upcoming regional fishery management organization meetings. There are some updates in terms of the conduct of those. So the ISC meeting, plenary meeting, it is scheduled the 15th and 20th of July. It will be an online meeting. The IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee Joint Working Group meeting, which was originally scheduled for late July, has been canceled or deferred. There is a supplemental attachment 1 in your briefing materials that is a letter from the co-chairs, Ms. Dorothy Lohman and Mr. Masama Miyahara, stating that still some uncertainty about whether that can be rescheduled or not. And likewise, for the annual 95th meeting of the IATTC, there is uncertainty. It was originally scheduled for August 10 to 14th in San Diego. The Secretariat has proposed moving that meeting to October to follow the AIDCP meeting that occurs at that time. But I don't think a commission decision has been made about rescheduling that meeting, venue, and so on. And then also here mentioned is the 11th meeting of the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee meeting, and that's where stock assessments are reviewed for use and management. It was originally scheduled for May, typical time when it happens. It has been postponed now a couple of times, so the latest planned date for a virtual meeting and discussion is, I believe, July 1st. The key stock assessments referenced here for big eye and yellowfin tunas are available on the IATTC SAC meeting page, so those are available. And as I've just indicated, all the venues for these meetings are uncertain because of the issues around the COVID-19 pandemic that we're all very familiar with. So anyways, we will just have to adjust accordingly to those. As mentioned here, as far as the SAC goes, there will be a combination of pre-recorded presentations and a live virtual session, already mentioned July 1st. And also, as already mentioned, the ISC is planning to go ahead with a virtual meeting on the dates originally scheduled. So that's what we're looking forward to. The take-home message is some of these meetings may be postponed until after the September council meeting, so that could have implications in terms of your opportunity to provide recommendations. Recognizing this uncertainty, issues of particular interest include the results of the benchmark assessments for Pacific bluefin tuna, and North Pacific albacore by the ISC. And I should mention that executive summaries of those assessments were posted on the IATTC SAC web page. So at least a summary, which includes key information about status of stock and conservation information recommendations are there. Those could be and often are, at least the conservation information, further revised by the plenary, but certainly some useful information there. And next, development of management recommendations by the joint working group. As noted, uncertainty about when that meeting will occur, and an adoption of a new resolution by the IATTC to succeed resolution C-18-01. Those are the management measures for Pacific bluefin tuna in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. So that measure is for 2019 and 20, expiring at the end of this year. So a successor measure should be adopted. Other U.S. priorities that have already been identified by NMFS back in March of this year and their supplemental report 2 from that meeting include successful completion of the aforementioned stock assessments for big eye and yellowfin tunas, negotiation of a successor IATTC resolution on tropical tunas, that is resolution C-17-02. Those tropical tunas, of course, are yellowfin, big eye, and skipjack. Again, that measure expiring at the end of this year. And finally, selection of an executive director for the IATTC, given the current director's term expires August 26th of this year. There's some other relevant domestic meetings that have been organized by NMFS, and these include Pacific Bluefin Tuna Stakeholders Meeting, which occurred virtually on May 19th, and upcoming meetings of the General Advisory Committee to the U.S. section of the IATTC and its Scientific Advisory Subcommittee. Those are occurring next week. There was just a circular announcing that, as noted here, it was scheduled to occur on the 17th and 18th. That has been compressed now to only occur on the 18th. Obviously, it's occurring during our council meeting, so that will put some constraint on your ability to participate. And of course, again, virtual meetings. And so NMFS will brief the council on the results of the bluefin stakeholder meeting, and supplemental NMFS report 3 in your briefing materials is a report, summary report of that meeting. And again, to briefly extemporize here, I'll just mention Ms. Lohman has joined our meeting today and will be available to brief you about the process and so on related to the joint working group and then discussions around a successor measure for Pacific bluefin tuna. And as well, Mr. Dave Hogan has joined our meeting. He is the Department of State representative on the council, and he briefed the council at its March meeting on the progress negotiating a new fishing regime under the terms of the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty. And as you know, that regime expired at the end of last year, and so a new regime is necessary. And the fishing season under that treaty begins on June 15th, so some agreement needs to be reached. There has been bilateral discussions, and Mr. Hogan is prepared to provide an update on the outcomes of those negotiations. So aside from the aforementioned materials, there is also, well, as implied, 2 other NMFS reports, 1 and 2, I mentioned 3, the Bluefin stakeholder meeting report. And also there is a supplemental HMS management team report and also a report from your advisory subpanel. So in conclusion, the council action as listed here is to provide recommendations to upcoming international forums, including the IATTC, and receive an update on the U.S.-Canada albacore tuna treaty. And that concludes my overview.
Thanks very much, Kit. Before I turn to Dorothy Lohman, let me see if there are any questions of Kit on the overview. And I'm not seeing any. So I think we'll first like to hear from Dorothy Lohman on international activities. So Dorothy, if you can unmute, there you go. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And can you guys hear me okay? So it might be better, I mean, I'm happy to say a little bit about the some of the issues related into obviously we were not able to, after conferring with the host country, we were not be able to do the joint working group. But I don't want to get ahead of the NMFS report if so you might want me to go after that, but I'm happy to just give you a little bit of a more background if you want it now about where we stand in the joint working group.
Why don't you provide an introduction here, and then we'll give you another shot after the NMFS report.
Okay. Well, Kit laid out, and I'm sure it'll be in part of the NMFS report too. It's a time of a lot of uncertainty and some moving targets on dates. And so over the past month, I've been conferring with my co-chair and the host country and the U.S. And a few other folks about the fact that finally we regretfully realized we could not hold an in-person meeting in Fukuoka in July. So that prompted us to want to put out this letter and to get the members thinking about not only how we might proceed this year in terms of timing of meeting, whether we try to meet later in person or whether we start focusing more on the concept of a virtual meeting. And then thinking of the timing of that also. Clearly the joint working group meeting needs to, in order to be useful and provide recommendations to both organizations, it needs to precede the Northern Committee meeting and the IATTC meeting where Bluefin decisions are going to be made. The schedule of the Northern Committee, the WCPFC's Northern Committee, is also in flux right now. There has been no real decision, but I'm fairly confident that they're not going to be able to meet in person at the original dates. But the exact time or format of that is still in deliberations among the WCPFC members. So in my view, as we go forward with this, we need to obviously try to be sure we do. I think we're going to make every effort to have a meeting. Clearly, people prefer in person, but I think we have to be realistic that a virtual may be the way we need to go. And then we need to think of the best time. And in our letter, we suggested people think about, given the constraints of virtual meetings or even the worst case scenario of not meeting at all, that among the things they should discuss is whether some sort of rollover, and what does that mean, also be within the deliberations among countries coming up to a joint working group meeting. I mean, to me, the other important consideration in timing is obviously it has to be after we get the scientific advice. We had hoped to get some input from the SAC meeting, but that is also being delayed. And typically we have not relied as much of that, but there had been some interest by some of the members to ensure that the SAC had a good opportunity to delve into the assessment and the other work of the Bluefin working, the ISC's Bluefin working group. So that also factors in. I think the other thing we have to, make sure is we're ready, is that we are prepared, including my chair and I, that we are well prepared to run something like a virtual meeting, and that we have the right platform that works for all the members. So that's maybe more than you needed to know to say that we're still in discussions. I have heard from not only several members, including Mexico too, that they do want to meet, and they do want to consider a virtual meeting if it's not possible to meet in person. So that's all I have for you right now.
Thanks, Dorothy. I can't imagine the challenges of a virtual meeting in that international context. It'd be an order of magnitude more difficult than what we're doing here, I would think. Are there any questions of Dorothy? Keeping in mind, Dorothy will be back up in a little bit. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Thanks, Dorothy. David Hogan, Department of State.
Present.
Present. Great. You want to speak to us about Albacore Treaty and anything else?
I'd be happy to. I think Kit did a fantastic job of recounting the HMS developments at the international level, and Dorothy in particular with regard to the joint working group, and I know she'll speak further on that. So I'll focus my comments on the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty, but I'm happy to answer any other questions. The subsequent to the previous council meeting, which I attended and briefed on the preparations for discussions with Canada on the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty, we had further consultations with the harvesting sector, the states, the Fisheries Service, U.S. Coast Guard, and other offices within the State Department focused on bilateral relationship with Canada. We launched our legal process to develop negotiating authority, taking into account the views that have been expressed by the harvesting sector with regard to the two main areas of uncertainty that were guiding their calls for extension or renewal of the regime, but for only 1 year. Those were uncertainty about the status of the North Pacific albacore stock, and uncertainty about a process underway in Canada to deliberate the establishment of a marine protected area in the waters off of British Columbia. By way of context, in previous renegotiations, the Department of State, in response to the request from the harvesting sector, had introduced a mechanism in the treaty annex and Annex C in particular that would allow a party to cancel any reciprocal fishing access regime if there were any developments, whether at the domestic or international level, that made the regime no longer tenable, whether that would be domestic fishery management regulations or international fishery measures that had to be adopted that would no longer allow for the same circumstances to provide benefits under the treaty. The initial impetus for that was, for example, any measures coming out from the IATTC or any domestic fishery management measures in the United States that would limit U.S. Continued fishing for the albacore stock in U.S. waters, realizing it would be politically untenable to continue to have Canadian fishing offshore of the U.S. So we looked at that mechanism and understood it to be available to the United States in both of the cases that the harvesting sector had identified as areas of uncertainty, and that were the basis for their precaution on any extension beyond a single year. Whether it was Magnuson-Stevens Act or council action to address any decline in the stock coming from the stock assessment and any regulations that would limit U.S. fishing as a result, or any restriction in Canadian waters as a result of the establishment of a marine protected area that might have any limits or restrictions on surface fishing, patrol fishing for albacore in particular, that would close off areas available to the United States fleet. Understanding that this treaty is important, understanding that the Senate provided advice and consent to provide this access for the United States and for Canada, taking note of the overall position of the harvesters with regard to supporting renewal, but only for 1 year, and confirming that any longer term regime could be walked back and canceled if we did in fact trip upon any of the worst case scenarios that had been identified, we went ahead and developed a position to essentially renew the regime, reciprocal fishing and port access regime under the treaty for another 3 years with no changes to the terms. We received approval of our C-175 negotiating authority, held an advisory call with the U.S. delegation, members of the harvesting sector, the states, the federal government agencies, and representative of the council to advise that this was the position that was under development. And then when that was approved, we on May 26th conducted a bilateral teleconference with Canada, and based on the U.S. proposal, secured agreement in principle to establish a new regime for fishing beginning in 2020, as well as for the 2021 and 2022 season. So for these 3 seasons, we'll have essentially the same terms, limit on Canadian vessels, essentially no limit on U.S. vessels in terms of accessing the country's waters, the same port seasons for each country. And right now we're in the process of exchanging letters for the voluntary application of that regime while we launch the longer term process to amend the treaty annex. That takes sometimes longer than a year. That's another reason why we had not taken up the request by the harvesting sector to establish a regime for only 1 year, because we would essentially be still in the process of amending the treaty if we were to find a renewal in our favor in a subsequent year. We could reach agreement in principle on that subsequent renewal before we even concluded the first treaty annex amendment. So the State Department lawyers said that unless we had an extreme circumstance, that was not something we wanted to do. So right now we're anticipating that the fishing season will start as anticipated and as planned. We are going to exchange diplomatic notes and conclude the legal amendment of the treaty over the course of the next year. Once Canada's Parliament reviews the amendment for the United States, it would be done through an executive agreement, so would not need to be sent to the Senate, but will advise congressional offices in any case. And one of the outcomes of that bilateral discussion, in addition to reaching agreement in principle on renewing the reciprocal fishing and access agreement, was the establishment of a working group to address the issues that the harvesting sector has identified in terms of difficulties or challenges in accessing port or accessing the fishing opportunities, to address those cases that the harvesting sector wishes to bring forward, figure ways to streamline or to make life easier for the U.S. fleet and the Canadian fleet to the degree that that's a necessity. We have not yet exchanged terms of reference with Canada. We're still working on the voluntary application part of it, but we very soon will be developing terms of reference for that working group. That would be the second working group established bilaterally with Canada. The first is the data working group, which is doing its work each year. This new working group will be looking at how the treaty access works for the fleets and what the two governments can do based on input from the harvesting sector and any other sectors as appropriate to solve any problems or to make things as easy as we can make them. So we'll be working on that in the very near term once we get the fishing season kicked off. And I believe that's the full update, but again, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Are there any questions for David on his report? I'll look for folks to raise their hands. And I am not seeing any, but thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Next, we have a number of NMFS reports, and so far as I know, they all belong to Ryan, unless he wants to delegate. So, Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I'll be speaking to the 3 NMFS reports. However, Kit gave a very thorough overview and has already touched on most of the points. So I'll try and be as brief as I can. Starting with the stakeholder meeting, Bluefin stakeholder meeting we had on May 19th by webinar. That was very well attended. We had over 60 people. You can see a very detailed report submitted that I won't read into the record here. It's very lengthy, but it's we had a facilitator this year, helped us not only with the webinar itself, but with getting this very detailed report of the discussions and comments that happened. So we were able to go over, Bluefin background and the current domestic measures, and then focused a lot on stakeholder input to inform the development of a rule for 21 and 22. So you'll see a number of recommendations that were received there. Regarding priorities, Dorothy and Kit might have mentioned this, but we note here, of course, we have the 2 expiring conservation measures that will end at the end of this calendar year on the IATTC, both on tropical tunas, which was a 3-year measure, and bluefin tuna, which was the second year of a 2-year measure. And of course, the executive director's term ends August 26th, which was extended to go beyond the original August date of the IATTC meeting, which leads me to kind of the meeting schedule that Kit laid out in the IATTC in general. It's been a bit frustrating for the U.S. With the way this has kind of been handled through the Secretary of Correspondence. For instance, we had a proposal from the chair to postpone the meeting from October to the end of, from August to the end of October after the ITCP. The countries were given a certain time period to respond. We're still in that time period, yet the Secretary has now moved the Scientific Advisory Committee to September. So I think that effectively puts our comments as moot regarding an August meeting. So just like we saw the joint working group get postponed and canceled for in-person, for all intents and purposes, while it's not completely final yet, we anticipate that the annual meeting of the IATTC will also be moved to the October. There is still many countries, as noted by Dorothy and Kit, that want to have an in-person meeting. They are still holding that open. For those that don't recall, the U.S. is not hosting the meeting, but it was going to be in San Diego. I mentioned that will be the same for October. So we will see what happens as that goes. From a U.S. perspective, we do think that there has to be a virtual meeting. With measures expiring, that means there would be no measures in place for any of the tuna species. So we are pretty strongly, we'll be sending a letter shortly indicating that if we cannot meet in person, we do want to meet virtually, recognizing that might mean a very limited agenda, recognizing, as you pointed out, Mr. Vice Chair, the challenges of doing that internationally, especially in a multilingual fora. But those are the issues that we expect to be focused on and trying to address. I do anticipate we have to find something for some way to, virtually or otherwise, deal with the executive directorship issue. And like I said, from our perspective, the tuna measures, and there may need to be also some discussions on authorities and expirations of observer waivers. But if we go to a limited agenda, those are the main ones that I would expect. Shifting to our second report here, this is just links. Kit noted the draft assessments that are out. So again, these are draft. The ISC plenary has not met. The Scientific Advisory Committee has not met. We will have that July 1st discussion where we can ask questions about the tropical tuna ones. So while these are draft, just a very, very quick overview. We have North Pacific albacore that's not overfished or subject to overfishing. We have bluefin tuna, which, while still overfished and subject to overfishing, all projections indicate that we are on track to meet the rebuilding targets ahead of the timelines established in the harvest strategies that was adopted by both commissions. And then when it comes to the big eye tuna and yellowfin tuna assessments, as you remember, the previous ones were not acceptable for management. These use new modeling approaches. They're not yet clear, and we haven't really got any conservation recommendations from the ITTC staff yet, so there's still a lot to dig in here. We'll work with colleagues at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center to understand these assessments, and of course we'll learn quite a lot more once the staff post the presentations and are available for the live virtual SAC discussions which is now on July 1st. And then finally, sorry, I forgot to mention with the meetings, yes, we did combine, because of all of this postponements, we did combine the SAS and GUT meetings. So that will now occur just on June 18th, which is next week. And that concludes my report.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Are there any questions of Ryan on the NMFS report? Looking for a show of hands. Not seeing any. Thanks, Ryan. So let me turn back to Dorothy to bat cleanup, since we have no other baseball. And Dorothy, would you like to pick up where you left off?
So I think it's pretty well been covered. I mean, obviously, people would rather have an in-person meeting. Frankly, I think that gets looking a little bit highly uncertain, and that we really do have to focus on what could you do in a, just like the others, you have to have a more modest agenda, and you need to, I think, do, in my mind, a lot of the kind of negotiations if there are to be changes that are complicated. I think those who were able to sit into the meeting last year saw that there were a lot of times where we had to break, go into closed session. I think a lot of that work would have to be done ahead of time, beforehand. But even if it's just a rollover, there are implications and recommendations that, even though that might be, quote, simpler, there are still parts of the, well, obviously the whole measure expires for the ITTC, and there are parts of the current management measure in the WCPFC arena that were only for 1 year. So there's certainly reasons that the, even if it was simpler than an increase, and I'm not, and there, it may be that the members want to consider an increase, but it's just going to mean that it's going to, you need to come pretty prepared and knowing what you do in order to get to a consensus decision making in that. So, I think it's just a stay tuned, but have some realistic expectations situation.
All right, thank you, Dorothy. Before we move on, want to give one last shot if anyone has any questions of Dorothy? All right, thank you very much, Dorothy. I think we'll turn now to the management team. Celia?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The HMS management team participated in a briefing on international topics during a joint webinar meeting with the HMS advisory subpanel. The management team supports a council recommendation to the U.S. delegation to the IATTC to encourage a more equitable distribution of Pacific bluefin tuna catch limits between the Eastern and Western Pacific Ocean fleets. If catch increases are considered by the joint IATTC Northern Committee Working Group, the U.S. delegation should promote an increased proportion of catch for the Eastern Pacific Ocean. During the joint webinar meeting, the MT and the AS were also briefed by Dave Hogan on the status of the U.S.-Canada Albacore Treaty. As you actually just heard from Dave, this included a discussion on the agreement between the two governments to create a working group to address fish and import access. The management team encourages U.S. industry involvement in this treaty working group. Lastly, during that joint meeting, the management team heard discussion of a data and analysis request from members of the HMS-AS regarding North Pacific albacore effort and participation, as submitted under agenda item B1. This request regarding albacore that the HMS-AS is bringing to the council's attention has been previously made and presented to the Eastern Pacific Professional Specialty Group on which 2 management team members also serve representing their respective agencies. The EPPSG has already assigned a team to work on this request and is coordinating efforts between the states. We also understood that this public comment made by the advisory subpanel would request similar data and analysis for Pacific bluefin tuna and swordfish. And so the management team would appreciate any specific direction that the council may wish to provide regarding any potential future assignments related to this discussion. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. Celia, are there any questions on the management team's report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Celia. On your last paragraph there, just maybe a little more specifically, and talking to you between meetings and others of the states, it's great to hear things are moving on the data request side. Do you think it's feasible to have some data, at least on the albacore question, back to the advisor subpanel by the September meeting? Did that come up in your conversations about whether that timeline would be feasible at all?
No, we didn't discuss the actual timeline. I'd be happy to reach out to those that are part of the PSG, and we can see what is possible.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, I think, Krista, you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
I did have a question, but I think it was just addressed because it was with regard to timeline. And my understanding is this is not a recommendation. This is it's a request for us to weigh in.
All right, thanks. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, so that concludes the management team's report. And next we'll hear from the advisory subpanel, Mike Conroy.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'm hoping that I have less background noise now since I turned my fan off. Do I sound more clear?
You sound good. It's much better.
Okay, thanks. I will be reading from our HMS-AS statement on international management activities. The HMS-AS offers the following comments for the councils to consider as it contemplates recommendations to NMFS for upcoming international management activities. Specifically with regard to North Pacific albacore, the AS notes that the 2020 assessment for North Pacific albacore appears to put the stock in a better position than the 2017 assessment. Because the assessment is still preliminary, we are hopeful the ISC will endorse it during its plenary later this summer. The AS does wish to express some concern over the handling of the treaty negotiations this past 6 months. Shortly after your March meeting, representatives from the albacore industry groups, WFOA, OAC, WTA, and AFA sent a letter to Mr. Hogan seeking a one-year regime based on the items contained in our March report. The letter went unanswered. In May, we learned the State Department was going to move forward with a 3-year regime, primarily because a one-year regime would be inconvenient to the governments of Canada and the US. While we appreciate this may be an inconvenience for the governments, we wish to remind the Council and Mr. Hogan that many of us believe the treaty is an inconvenience to US harvesters. Because there will be a new working group established under the treaty for the purposes of port access and other issues, we would ask the Council recommend industry participations in the working group and that it be established in an expedited time frame. With regard to Pacific bluefin, the AS notes that the 2020 stock assessment is continuing to show improvement in the stock. We replicated Table 4 from the stock assessment for your consideration. Given the high degree of certainty the stock will meet rebuilding targets in advance of agreed upon target dates, we expect increased international pressure to increase levels of take when international meetings take place later this year. Should that happen, we would hope the Council would strongly suggest to the U.S. delegation to the RFMOs that agreements reached during last year's Northern Committee meeting be implemented, in particular, a more equitable split between the EPO and WPO. We would also appreciate if the U.S. delegation to the IATTC could push for a more equitable split between Mexico and the U.S. We do also note that, as Dorothy noted, the postponement of the 5th meeting of the Joint Working Group, we would that might give us additional time between now and to come back to you in September with that. The AS acknowledges that tropical tunas are a higher priority for Latin American nations, but would hope the Council would recommend to the U.S. delegation to the IATTC that U.S. interests and access to tropical tunas be protected. And then with regard to striped marlin, we recommend the Council encourage NMFS to work with the science bodies of the IATTC to prioritize assessing the stocks of striped marlin within the convention area. And that's what I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Are there questions of Mike on the AS report? Louis Zim.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for that presentation, Mike. I've been following your advisory panel meetings, and it's been very informative and interesting. I just heard for the first time discussion of a rollover of bluefin rules. Is this the place and time to address the advantages and perhaps the disadvantages, pitfalls, and unintended results of a rollover? I'm not informed on this. I'm fairly informed on status quo type rules in CPS, but here in bluefin tuna, I'm not. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Louis. And I think Dorothy alluded to this, and I think Kit alluded to this also earlier, is that what does rollover mean? Does it mean that we're just going to continue the current CMMs or resolutions forward for the next 2 years? Or does it mean that the catch totals in the EPO will be the same, yet it'll be up to Mexico and the US to figure out how to allocate that? I think there's a lot of uncertainty with regard to what rollover means. And hopefully between now and when that discussion takes place, there'll be some additional clarity offered to what that means and opportunities for stakeholders to comment.
Thank you very much, Mike. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll look forward to hearing about that in the future.
All right. Thanks, Louis, for the question. Thanks, Mike, for the answer. Are there any other questions of the AS? I see no further hands. That completes the reports and takes us to public comment. It looks like I have one public comment, and that is from Teresa Labriola. So, Teresa, you'll need to, your hand is raised. You can be unmuted by our, oh, there you are.
I am unmuted. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Grelnick and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on your recommendations for international management of highly migratory species. Wild Oceans was founded 47 years ago with a mission to conserve highly migratory species nationally and internationally to ensure their long-term availability for sport fishermen and sustainable commercial fishing. And the Pacific's largest predatory fish have been drastically impacted over time by industrial fishing. And some, like Pacific bluefin tuna, are the object of determined recovery efforts to revitalize fisheries and restore their vital role as keystone predators that maintain balance and diversity in marine ecosystems from the top down. But even with this attention, Pacific bluefin tuna hover at historically low numbers. And with this in mind, we encourage you to support bluefin tuna management measures domestically and internationally that prioritize conservation to ensure the stock meets its rebuilding targets. They have begun a slow recovery, and this recovery is founded on international cooperation and trust and sacrifice. As you know, in 2016, the IATTC and WCPFC agreed to an initial rebuilding target of about 7% spawning stock biomass, just 41,000 metric tons of spawning stock by 2024. And in order to accomplish this goal, annual limits were placed on bluefin tuna landings in the eastern and western Pacific Ocean. The executive summary from the recent stock assessments that you've just seen from the AS shows that the conservation efforts are working. The historically low levels of spawning biomass have risen to 4.5%, which is still extremely low, but they're rising, or just 28,000 metric tons in 2018. And this growth is encouraging. And the executive summary of the stock assessment predicts the stock will meet the initial rebuilding target of 41,000 metric tons by 2021. So that's actually quicker than our deadline of 2024. This encouraging news will trigger calls for increased catch And it's just important to keep that broader perspective that the stock is still overfished relative to biomass-based limit reference points adopted for other species, which is 20% SSD. It remains in a rebuilding phase, and we urge caution and continued support as the Council has given for precautionary conservation and management measures ocean-wide. If you discuss this today, we ask you to reiterate your support for rebuilding the stock to at least 20% SSD by 2034, as you have in the past. And we urge your continued support for strong domestic management measures that focus on achieving our primary conservation goal to rebuild the severely depleted tuna stock and to prevent overages. As you heard earlier, the International Bluefin Tuna Working Group postponed their upcoming meeting scheduled for July in Fukuoka. And if this cannot be rescheduled, stakeholders may consider rolling over the 2020 conservation measures for another year. And we would support this extension of 2020 quota measures, understanding that there could still be discussion on Mexican and US allocation. But in the absence of a meeting, these measures are providing, they're proving effective at rebuilding the stock. The stock is in the right direction. And so at least we're on the right track, and we would support extending those. With that, I just will thank you for considering these comments. We ask you again to support precautionary management to rebuild bluefin tuna, recreational fisheries, and diverse and sustainable commercial fisheries. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Are there any questions for Teresa? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Teresa.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment and takes us to council discussion and action. So we have a number of recommendations from the management team. I think they're somewhat overlapped by the suggestions from the advisory subpanel, and we have those to consider, as well as anything else the people around the virtual table have to add. So I'll first call on John Ugoretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just doing a mic check here first. Now, can you hear me? Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to give some appreciation for the management team and advisory subpanel reports, as well as Ms. Labriola's comment. With regard to bluefin tuna, I agree with the need to continue rebuilding. However, I would also agree that if internationally the decision is to increase quotas, that the council should certainly strongly advocate for a more equitable split, both internationally, East and West, as well as the Mexico-US split. And I think that benefits not only our fishermen, but also conservation in the fact that a larger proportion of the catch would be managed under US rules, which put stringent controls to help prevent going over quotas. So just adding that to the table, and nothing else yet.
All right, thank you, John. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I wanted to try and get in here quickly because I wanted to clarify some things in case it's needed for the discussion. So in particular, the questions we just heard on rollover, I meant to clarify that in my report, so I might as well just do it now. So when I said the bluefin tuna measure is expiring, that means the current conservation and management measure will essentially disappear. So unless the IATTC adopts a new measure, there will be no quotas, no controls, no nothing. So there is, that's another reason why the U.S. feels it's very important to have a meeting just virtually if need be. It's a little rollover is typically used in international fora just to mean that you extend the current measures for another year. So it's not almost identically. So all of the aspects of the measure. So, and if we get to a virtual meeting, I imagine that's where the momentum will be. We have a little bit of a challenge with bluefin because it was a 2-year measure, and there were some other things that were kind of at the joint working group last year that went into this year. measures or this year's approach. So, well, what we will be doing is taking a look at how a 1-year rollover, essentially taking the current 2-year measure, turning it into a 1-year extension, what that will look like. So NMFS is doing that now, and we are going to prepare that before the advisory body meets next week, and we'll have that ready to facilitate that discussion. But just to be clear, a rollover is identical measure. You're really not changing anything, or there will be, I imagine, little latitude other than what needs to be changed to turn it to 1 year from 2. Otherwise, it should look identical. That's what a rollover concept is. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Further discussion? Okay, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I was waiting for others to jump in there. Let's maybe have a couple topics, but just on the first, on that second bullet on the Albacore Treaty. And thanks for the overview from Kit and Mr. Hogan. And we heard from the AS as well. And I knew there were some frustrations expressed, but I want to thank Mr. Hogan and the State Department for working through the substance of the concerns expressed by stakeholders. I thought the approach they took was good. And while AS says not everyone fully is on board with the treaty, I think there is a support for it as well. But on this idea of the stakeholder group, which sounds like a good idea, if Mr. Hogan is available to run us through a little bit more on what might be helpful to hear from this council, next steps, and any input we could provide, that would be helpful. And if he's willing to do that, that would be helpful to me.
Mr. Hogan, are you prepared to further discuss the stakeholder group and how it would be formed?
Certainly, and I'm grateful for the question. The impetus for this was the identification by the harvesting sector of issues and problems that they have had, individual vessel operators in particular, with regard to the procedures for obtaining licenses and engaging with local Canadian government officials while actually in port. And the basis for the establishment of this working group was to go through any and all of the cases that have been documented and try to understand whether there are regulatory or administrative steps that either government can take to try to clear some of those hurdles in advance, or be better positioned to respond to complaints or questions as they're happening, whether it's a disconnect between Department of Fisheries and Oceans in Canada and Canada's Customs and Border Protection authorities, or any other issues that come up. So the general idea is to set some terms of reference that would address both what we're going to be working on as well as who's going to be working on it. And I think we're hearing very loud and clear, and certainly would welcome any input from the council along these lines, that stakeholders should be part of that process. We are conversely going to be seeking some continuing or further documentation of any cases or issues that the sector, the stakeholders have experienced, in order to give us something to work on. So if there are specific functional or operational challenges or obstacles or disconnects or really anything that the council is aware of that should be on the agenda for that working group, that is also input that I and I think my Canadian counterparts would certainly welcome. And then, of course, any other matters that the council feels should be taken up, whether it's in that working group or in the larger bilateral context under the umbrella of this treaty. Thank you.
Corey, did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, Dr. Bravey.
Thank you. I wanted to kind of speak to the treaty as well and just share a perspective on the value. And I also acknowledge that there were frustrations about the nature of this renewal and the process that did or did not occur. And so, in light of those frustrations and acknowledging that we can always work to do better, and I believe that Mr. Hogan is dedicated to making improvements on that front. I think that the treaty has a lot of value, as well as inconvenience, perhaps in some cases. And the value that I see is really in alignment with our work on climate and communities. And I know this is HMS and not the fishery ecosystem plan, but albacore is one of those species that is very likely going to change distribution. And we've seen massive changes in distribution over the years already. And so I think it really is in the interest of the US fleet to stay engaged in conversations with Canada, as well as our other international partners, in order to continue to work out these issues of access and collaborative fishing. And so I just felt compelled to kind of provide that perspective and support for continuation of the treaty despite the problems and frustrations that we have. And I appreciate Mr. Hogan's work to continue to improve it. I see this working group as being part of that in terms of improvements. And I very much endorse the HMS AS and HMS MT recommendations to bring industry members into that working group and make them part of management of any problems that arise during the regime as part of that improvement. So thank you for building that in, as well as making sure that the treaty has so-called off-ramps, so that if we get into irreconcilable differences over the treaty implementation, we have the ability to cease that treaty during a regime. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Additional discussion or recommendations for council action? Well, we have a number of looking at the first, well, Krista, please help us out.
Certainly. We do have a number of recommendations, and I appreciate the thought that went into all of them, and I appreciate that for those recommendations that were addressed by both the management team and the advisory sub-panel, they're very consistent in what they're recommending, although the language is slightly different. I'm also appreciative of some of the recommendations that were individual, such as the striped marlin that came out in the advisory sub-panel. The one area that I don't know that we've kicked around that much was the bottom paragraph of the management team. And I don't have a lot of comment myself personally on this, and I'm hoping some other folks might. With regard to the data analysis request and any guidance we might wish to provide on that. So just wanting to flag that before we got into the weeds about do we put forward all of the recommendations between the two teams, or do we want to fine tune from there?
All right, thank you, Krista. I think it's a good point. That paragraph does fall outside the recommendations here. to an extent, and that we need to provide directions to the team. So in order to move the process forward, because I sense that we're stalled here, it's sort of people don't want the day to end, so they don't want to move any council action forward, but we really need to do that. So let's first look at the first bullet point, and we have a number of recommendations, somewhat overlapping, between the team and the advisory subpanel. And let me just ask, we've been much easier in person, but is there any consensus that those recommendations should be adopted by the council? Looking for a hands. Let me just, Krista.
Well, thank you, Vice Chairman. I am in favor of adopting all of the recommendations. I think there was a lot of thought put into them, and I could speak individually to each of them if need be. I don't know. I don't necessarily think there needs to be a motion, but I'm sure I could put together something along the lines of I move we adopt them, and that can be adjusted if needed by folks that may feel differently. But I myself am in favor of approving or adopting the recommendations that were made in the team reports.
Yeah, I would agree. We don't need a motion. I'm just looking for consensus around the table. John Ugoretz?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I was going to make a similar comment that I wasn't anticipating a motion or a formal adoption per se, but I do support moving forward the recommendations of the team and the advisory subpanel.
Thank you, John. Well, let me just ask if there's anyone who believes that that should not be the position of the council. Raise your hand and speak to it. All right. Sounds like we have a position, at least with regard to the first bullet. Before we move on to the second bullet, let me see if there's anyone around the table has something to add to what was put forward by the management team and the advisory subpanel. Okay. So there were also recommendations in there with regard to the U.S.-Canada Albacore Tuna Treaty. Is there anyone who disagrees with the notion that the council ought to adopt those recommendations? Okay. I need to turn back to the last paragraph of the management team report. And this has to do with some data analysis, as Krista mentioned. And here, the management team is asking for direction from the council, as I interpret this. And let me see if anyone has a comment on that, whether we wish to provide direction or not. Corey. You need to unmute, Corey.
Thank you for that reminder. I've somehow separated my raise hand button from my unmute button, which seems like about 3 feet away from each other. So it takes some time here. But no, appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Karin, Krista, and John for the good thoughts, and especially and Karin on the Albacore Treaty. Well said. And I don't have any more beyond a general endorsement for the working group and idea and the comments of the advisory subpanel and the team on that paragraph, particularly. Maybe a question for Kit, about Kit, if I'm understanding what the if assuming relatively normal schedules, we can get to those this year, but September would be the opportunity where the council decides if looks at new information and circumstances and decides if any new management measures are needed domestically through the biennial process. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Niles, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, so we'll be initiating our biennial process in September. That has evolved a little bit with a stronger focus on the council response to status determinations for HMS stocks, and but it retains its original intent as a vehicle for considering adjustments to regulations and management measures. So that could be one forum for taking up that issue.
Hey, and just to follow up, Mr. Vice Chair, if that's okay.
Please, go ahead.
So just to put a suggestion on the table, I've been involved, well, at least on the albacore part of that last paragraph, since at least late 2018. Doug Fricke has been asking Washington for the data, and we've been trying to we've got some data and trying to get a coast-wide look going. So to the extent that it's Celia said they didn't have discussions with the Pacific States group there, the EPPSG, which is an acronym, doesn't not roll off the tongue for me, but you know, if it were feasible for them to provide the data to the AS by September, I mean, then that would give the AS and other people the opportunity to look at it and at that time make their case to us, or if there were things to be done with that data. Just from what I've seen, we have not seen an increasing trend in Washington. It might be, and looking coast-wide initially, I haven't seen concerning trends, but I do think we're overdue in getting people that data, and it's been a matter of workload, and for the HMS management team has been overloaded this past few years, which is totally understandable. And so if it were feasible to get that data to the HS for September, that would be my recommendation.
John Ugoritz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'm just trying to clarify. I think the team was suggesting that perhaps they could get this data request by September, but perhaps not the whole thing. So you know, maybe some albacore information, but not bluefin or swordfish. I just want to make sure we're not putting things on September that aren't there now.
Okay, so to be clear, I mean, are we only talking here about albacore? Can someone from the team? Celia? Well, I think we kind of need an answer. Is that you, Celia?
This is me. Sorry. Yes, we were for albacore. I just want to clarify that the management team isn't actually compiling the data, but specific to albacore, the PSG is in fact working on their own analysis, and then they could bring it back to the management team. I was told offline shortly after that it's possible to have it in September, but not guaranteed. Again, this is a group that is not necessarily associated with the management team. There's just some overlap in membership. And then that is a separate question regarding bluefin and swordfish that we bring up at the very end of that paragraph.
Karin?
My recommendation, so I think what I'm hearing, and I'm struggling to provide clarity and understand exactly where we are at the same time, getting a little bit lost here, but I think we clearly have interest in effort and participation analysis for all three species, for albacore, bluefin, and swordfish. And I think the question is where we're going to feed this into our process next without adding to an agenda yet, taking advantage of scheduled agenda items on the calendar. And if it is if it is feasible, and so this may fit under workload planning is kind of where I'm going with this. But the PSG work, if that is something that could be available to be presented to the management team for September, and that fits into our agenda for HMS for September, great. I think that the council should confirm that that's our desire. And with Bluefin fitting into Spec's agenda item and Swordfish fitting into the Swordfish management plan when that gets agendized. And my biggest constraint right now is I don't have my year at a glance handy. And so I'm not exactly clear what's already been agendized for September for those issues. But that's my recommendation, is to kind of confirm, yes, we'd like this analysis to go forward and fit into the council's scheduled agenda items in a way that makes sense.
Thanks for that direction, Karin. Louis M.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I want to thank Dr. Bravey very much for expressing exactly what I was thinking as well. How important this is, and how I really think that this is essential. You remember my comment in regards to open comment about the expansion of the small boat fleet out of Washington ports, and we have the same situation here in San Diego. And this albacore fishery is one of the last of the old-time tuna fisheries here in San Diego in a long tradition. And San Diego boats are very active participants in the albacore fishery. Even though they have to go all the way up, halfway up to Oregon to access it, they are still a big part of the fleet, and it's a big part of our community. So I really just wanted to second what Dr. Bravey has proposed, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. So I think Dr. Bravey made a lot of sense there, and I see if anyone disagrees with that request for data, but let's just see where we can fit it in reasonably. And so the rest of the discussion we could defer to workload planning. Does that make sense for folks? Corey?
I will just hold up. Yes, that's close enough. I think I had the path I suggested we could talk about workload planning, but we have an opportunity scheduled for September is what I heard Kit say. And to just answering to John, at least I was only speaking to albacore specifically. I didn't mean to jump into the other two species, but workload planning would be, if we tend to run out of time there sometimes. So if we can get there, great. But I think there's a plan on the table. That's we'll get to a plan.
All right. It sounds like we've taken this as far as we can go on both of these bullets, as well as the data question from the management team. So unless I see a hand raised, I'm going to turn to Kit and see if he thinks we've done our work here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think so. From what I heard, you have adopted the recommendations contained in your advisory body's reports. And so we can reflect that in our summary of the meeting. And then there was this discussion that sounds like to be continued a bit at the end of this meeting next Friday about the question of, I guess you could say broadly, starting to scope these issues around fishery participation, the immediate and perhaps in terms of data development issue there is with the albacore fishery, but of course, as you've already heard earlier today, there are similar issues in Southern California related to recreational fisheries down there. So certainly we can work with the management team and the PSG to see what data can be brought forward in September as part of a scoping exercise, and see how much across those different species we can address, and perhaps how that would be addressed in terms of the timing and council process related to that.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Chuck.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, so I am looking at the year at a glance, and so I'm just kind of curious as to where people are thinking that this data issue might come back in September. The things that we have that are unshaded, are the NMFS report, international issues. So in fact that this came up under international issues, if that's an appropriate place to bring that back, we have that on the agenda. I'm not sure that it is, but we have EFP final recommendations, and we have biennial management measures and harvest specs, or preliminary take on that. So those are the unshaded items. Shaded items for HMS or EFH review and drift gill at hard cap. So, so I guess I would just want to see if we have a good fit for that on our September agenda, or if we need to consider, if the desire is to have a separate agenda item or something else where that might fit in. So I'll just pose that to the council. I don't know if we've got a good answer now. That's great. If we don't, we need to be able to answer that under workload planning.
Yeah, I would be inclined to defer that discussion to workload planning, but I see Corey's got his hand up, so maybe he has a good answer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Quickly again, in my initial exchange with Kit, I don't want to repeat myself, but to me, it fits under the management measures. Now, the biennial process, we bring data into that when we decide if changes are needed or not. So to me, that's where it fits most naturally, and that was Kit's, if I'm understanding what he responded to initially, that was his thought as well.
Okay. And Chuck, are those biennial? Again, I don't have the year at a glance open, but those biennial measures are adequately captured on the draft September agenda.
Yeah, I think that does sound like a better fit than international to me. I just wanted to make sure that was a good spot for them, that they weren't people weren't suggesting they needed some sort of standalone agenda item. So it sounds like a domestic management issue. So sounds good.
All right. Is there anything else on this agenda item? D1, international management activities. I'm not seeing any hands. So I think that concludes this agenda item. And with that, I will turn the virtual gavel back over to Chair Anderson to wrap up the day, as well as to see if Mr. Tracy has any concluding comments.
Okay, thanks very much, Mark. So you're certainly correct that does wrap up our scheduled agenda items for today. We have no scheduled meetings for June 13th and 14th, Saturday and Sunday. I will ask Chuck if he has any other remarks or information he wishes to share before we conclude today's session, maybe including an update on how the repair job's going on the water main in the office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Remarks as far as the council business goes. You're right, we don't have any meetings for the weekend. We start on Monday. It's an all salmon day, starting at 8 o'clock. I would remind folks that council members in particular that if you could log on, as Chris mentioned, using your invitation so that you will come in as a panelist, and we won't have to search you out and promote you, that would be helpful. Yeah, we were able to get a couple of hardworking guys here, some overtime. They're going to come in on Sunday and take care of our water main business. Hopefully the foundation won't become undermined and collapse in the meantime. So if we're not on Monday, that's probably why.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and close out today's session. I hope everybody has a good weekend. We'll look forward to seeing your names on the screen at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. And as Chuck suggested, maybe plan on logging on just a little bit early to make sure everything's functioning properly. And we will talk to you then. So we will recess our meeting until Monday morning at 8 a.m.